Tonight's story isn't about kings in crowns or heroes with shining swords. It's about something older, something vast. The thunder in the clouds, the justice that binds oaths, and the figure who, for the Greeks, ruled it all, Zeus. You'll hear of titans and monsters, of storms and prophecies, of loves that shaped dynasties, and of children who became gods and heroes themselves. From secret caves to the heights of Olympus, this is the long, winding story of the king of the gods. If this kind of storytelling helps you drift off, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is right now. It's always strangely comforting to see how many of us are lying quietly beneath the same sky, sharing the same story. So dim the lights. Let the room fall still. And let's begin with the very beginnings of Zeus himself. Close your eyes. Imagine the world before gods had names, before temples had columns, and before priests had figured out which animals to sacrifice and on what days. There is only chaos. Not chaos in the modern sense of misplaced socks or noisy traffic, but chaos, a great yawning void, dark and formless. The Greeks began their mythology here, with nothing but a shapeless abyss. Out of it slowly came the first beings of existence. Gaia, the earth, Tartarus, the shadowy depths, Eros, the spark of desire that set things in motion, and Nyx, the night herself, draped in star-speckled darkness. Gaia, Mother Earth, did not like being alone. She stretched out her fertile soil and brought forth Uranus, the sky, so that he might cover her. And thus the two embraced, earth below and sky above, giving rise to the first generation of divine children. These were the Titans, enormous and timeless beings, embodiments of natural forces rather than the polished gods we later meet on Olympus. And so begins the age before Zeus, the age of the Titans, an age that explains why the Greeks always had a lingering suspicion of their rulers. Power, they knew, was never permanent. According to Hesiod's Theogony, there were 12 Titans at the beginning, 6 male and 6 female. They bore names both poetic and ominous. Oceanus, the endless river that encircled the world. Hyperion, the heavenly light. Themis, embodiment of justice. Mnemosyne, memory herself. And of course Cronus, who would later become central to our story. They were not exactly gods in the later sense, but personifications of cosmic principles, as if the universe itself had decided to grow limbs and faces. If you picture them, don't imagine polite, toga-wearing deities sipping wine. Think instead of towering primeval beings, more like mountains with personalities. They didn't live in palaces, but seemed woven into the fabric of existence. Oceanus, for instance, wasn't merely by the sea, he was the sea. It is almost unfair to call them a family, but that is how the Greeks framed it. Gaia, the mother, Uranus, the father, and the Titans, their many children. Of course, no myth worth remembering ever describes a happy household. Uranus, the Sky Father, turned out to be rather unpleasant. He feared his children, the Titans and their monstrous siblings, the Cyclopes and the Hecatoncheires, those dreadful 100-handers. Fearing their strength, Uranus stuffed them back into Gaia's womb, which, needless to say, was uncomfortable for everyone involved. Poor Gaia groaned beneath the weight, both physically and metaphorically, until she could bear it no longer. She sought revenge. Here enters Cronus. He was the youngest Titan, but cunning enough to do what his older siblings would not. With Gaia's encouragement, he ambushed his father. Armed with an adamantine sickle, a sharp, unyielding blade, Cronus struck Uranus and separated him from the earth. It was, shall we say, a messy business. From the blood that fell upon the earth were born the Furies, spirits of vengeance, and from the foam of the sea, according to one later myth, arose Aphrodite, goddess of love. It is rather telling that from violence came both justice and desire, two forces that would shape Greek myth forever. Cronus's act freed his siblings, but it also set in motion a cycle that would haunt the gods, the fear of children rising up against their parents. The Greeks, ever practical, understood that generational conflict is as natural as the turning of the seasons. Kings are overthrown, sons rebel, and no father sleeps entirely easy when his heirs are ambitious. With Uranus gone, Cronus took power. He ruled the cosmos with his Titan brothers and sisters, and for a time the world entered what the Greeks later called the Golden Age. Human beings, it was said, lived in peace and abundance. They did not toil in fields or suffer from disease. There was no need for laws or punishments, because everyone behaved naturally well. It was, in short, a paradise. But paradise never lasts. Cronus, for all his might, carried the weight of prophecy. Just as he had overthrown his father, one of his own children was destined to overthrow him. The Greeks loved a good prophecy, not because it offered choice, but because it suggested inevitability. No matter what a god or mortal did, fate had a way of twisting around to fulfill itself. And so Cronus, already paranoid, sought to prevent it. When his wife Rhea gave birth, Cronus did not coo over the crib or knit small divine booties. Instead, he swallowed each child whole. Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, Poseidon, all vanished into his cavernous belly. To the Greeks, this was not just grotesque imagery. It was symbolic of time itself. For Cronus was often equated with Kronos, the personification of time. Just as time devours every generation, so too did Cronus consume his children. Rhea, understandably distressed, sought a way to save her youngest. She travelled to the island of Crete, where she gave birth to a baby boy. Instead of handing him over to Cronus, she wrapped a stone in swaddling clothes and presented it as her child. Cronus, without a moment's suspicion, not the sharpest ruler it seems, gulped down the stone and thought himself safe. Meanwhile, the real child was hidden away, nursed by the goat Amalthea, whose milk flowed like ambrosia. Around him danced the curettes, young warriors who clashed their spears and shields to drown out his cries. Thus was Zeus, born in secrecy, his destiny preserved. Why did the Greeks tell such strange stories of cannibalistic fathers and goats with divine milk? The answer lies in how myth and history blended. Myth was not designed for comfort, but to explain the cycles of nature and the politics of power. The fear of succession mirrored real anxieties in the ancient world. Kings feared their sons, cities feared rivals, and even the gods, it seemed, could not escape the cycle of violence. Archaeologists studying Minoan Crete point to caves like Dicte and Ida, later worship sites associated with Zeus's birth. Offerings of bronze and terracotta figurines have been found there, suggesting people genuinely believed these caves held cosmic importance. The myth also tied into ritual. The banging of shields by the curettes echoed the noisy processions of real Greek festivals, where dancers and drummers sought to call down divine favour. The Titans, meanwhile, became symbols of a bygone era. Later Greeks saw them as ancient, almost outdated gods, replaced by the Olympians, in the same way old customs yield to new. In literature, especially in Hesiod, they represent raw power, immense, primal, but lacking refinement. The Olympians, by contrast, stood for order and civilization. Yet the memory of the Titans lingered. They were not destroyed, only imprisoned in Tartarus, deep beneath the earth, watched over by the 100-handers. To the Greek imagination, they were always there, rumbling in the depths, reminders that chaos never truly disappears. Some scholars believe the Titanomachy, the great war between Titans and Olympians, reflected cultural memories of older deities being displaced by new cults. As Indo-European settlers brought their sky gods into Greece, they may have reshaped myths to explain why Zeus and his siblings now ruled in place of older earth and sea powers. In this way, myth preserved a dim memory of religious change. The story of Uranus, Cronus, and Zeus has parallels in other traditions. In Mesopotamia, the god Marduk defeated the primeval chaos dragon Tiamat to establish order. In the Hittite myths of Anatolia, Kumarbi bit off the genitals of his father Anu, only to be later challenged by his own son, the storm god Teshub. The pattern is clear: a cycle of succession, each generation overthrowing the last, usually through violent means. The Greeks were not alone in imagining their universe this way. It was as if ancient peoples all understood that power never passes peacefully, even in heaven. And so, as this first chapter closes, we leave the world balanced on the edge of transformation. Cronus sits upon his throne, smugly patting his belly full of children, unaware that one infant remains at large. The Titans rule, their power vast, their reign seemingly eternal. Humanity enjoys its golden age, free from toil and grief. But change is stirring in a Cretan cave, where a baby god grows, nurtured by milk and hidden by song. Soon he will rise, and nothing will be the same again. The Greeks love to look back on this Titan age with a mixture of nostalgia and dread. Nostalgia because it was remembered as a time of abundance and innocence. Dread because it was also a time when power was raw and cruel, and even gods feared their own children. To them, it explained not just the origins of Zeus, but the very nature of life, that every order contains the seeds of its own overthrow. So, if you're drifting off to sleep, imagine the stars above as Uranus stretched across the sky, and the earth beneath you as Gaia, ever fertile, ever restless. Between them once lay the Titans, proud and mighty, waiting for the day their rule would end. And from the quiet cries of a child hidden in Crete, a new order was already being born. If the story of Zeus begins anywhere, it begins in secrecy. No golden throne, no temple walls, no proud processions of priests. Instead, picture a dark cave on the island of Crete. A baby is hidden there, his cries muffled by the clash of spears against shields. His mother has just deceived the mightiest being in the cosmos with nothing more than a rock wrapped in swaddling clothes. It seems a humble beginning for the future king of gods. But then again, the Greeks always liked irony. Rhea, wife of Cronus, had grown tired of watching her children vanish down her husband's throat. Hestia, Hera, Demeter, Poseidon, Hades, all swallowed in the name of paranoia. Cronus feared the prophecy that one of his children would overthrow him, and so he tried to prevent fate by becoming the most dreadful babysitter in history. Rhea, however, was not prepared to lose her last child. So she fled to Crete, gave birth in secret, and fooled her husband with a stone that he swallowed without hesitation. Perhaps this tells us that even mighty titans should chew their food. The child she saved was Zeus, and his upbringing would become one of the most curious tales of Greek mythology. Caves in Crete, particularly those of Dicte and Ida, were later revered as his birthplace. Archaeologists have discovered offerings, small figurines, bronze objects, ritual vessels, suggesting that for centuries people truly believed those caves sheltered the infant god. For the Greeks, mythology was not merely a story but a living landscape. When they walked through those caves, they felt they were stepping into the cradle of divinity. Zeus, of course, could not be raised like an ordinary child. His nurse was the goat Amalthea, whose milk was said to flow with a richness that rivaled ambrosia itself. Some say she was not an ordinary goat, but a divine creature shining with vitality. Her horns, according to myth, later became the cornucopia, the horn of plenty, a symbol of endless nourishment. A nice touch of symbolism, since this small goat, often overlooked in retellings, was in fact the creature that sustained the future ruler of Olympus. In a way, the abundance of the gods began with her. Around the child danced the curettes, armoured youths whose duty was both solemn and noisy. Whenever Zeus cried, they clashed their spears and shields together, raising a racket to prevent Cronus from hearing. It was a strange form of babysitting, deafening lullabies of bronze and steel, but apparently effective. Some traditions suggest that the curates were half divine themselves, guardians of the infant god, and their warlike dance became the model for later Cretan rituals. To the Greeks, ritual noise was more than sound. It was a weapon against chaos, a way to keep dark forces at bay. This hidden childhood gave Zeus the qualities that would define him: secrecy, resilience, and the sense that destiny favoured him above all others. Unlike his siblings, swallowed and imprisoned, Zeus grew free. Unlike his father, who feared his children, Zeus would one day embrace his own role as father, though perhaps too enthusiastically, given the number of offspring he produced. Even as a baby, he represented the new order waiting to be born. The Greeks often emphasized the contrast between Zeus's modest beginnings and his eventual glory. In Crete, he was just another child, dependent on milk, warmth, and protection. Yet his survival was marked by signs of divinity. Some stories claim bees fed him honey, that sacred substance considered the food of immortals. Others say nymphs cradled him, their songs weaving him into the harmony of nature itself. In these details, we see how the Greeks linked gods to the natural world. Milk, honey, caves, mountains, bees, all became part of Zeus's divine identity. Meanwhile, Cronus sat upon his throne, entirely unaware. He had swallowed the stone Rhea gave him and congratulated himself on defeating prophecy. This confidence is a reminder of how myths often poke fun at tyrants. Cronus was immensely powerful, but he was also unimaginative. He mistook a rock for a child, never questioned why his wife looked a bit too relieved, and assumed fate could be outwitted by simple digestion. The Greeks seemed to enjoy the thought that even gods could be foolish, and that arrogance was always the first step toward downfall. As Zeus grew, he began to plan. His childhood in Crete was not idle play, but preparation. He was taught the arts of leadership and war, though who exactly did the teaching varies from tale to tale. Some say the goddess Metis, embodiment of cunning thought, guided him. Others suggest the nymphs of Crete shaped his early wisdom. In every telling, however, Zeus is destined to act. He is not a passive child waiting to inherit the cosmos. He is a force in the making, already bent on justice and revenge. This idea that the youngest child can rise to overthrow the old reflected the Greek view of time and politics. Every order contained its replacement. Every father feared his son. In a society where city-states frequently clashed and rulers rose and fell, the myth offered a cosmic mirror of human experience. Zeus was not just a baby hidden in a cave. He was the symbol of change itself. The story also explained something of Greek religion. Unlike some cultures where gods are eternal and unchanging, Greek gods were born, suffered, plotted, and grew. Zeus's infancy mattered. His struggles as a child made him relatable, almost human, even as he prepared to become the most powerful of all. Worshippers who brought offerings to his caves in Crete were acknowledging not just his might, but his vulnerability, his origins in hardship and concealment. In later times, poets embellished his childhood with further details. They told of how the goat Amalthea broke one of her horns, and how Zeus, in gratitude, filled it with unending fruit and grain, the cornucopia, still a symbol of plenty today. They told of how the curette's clanging dance became part of festivals, echoing the protection once offered to the hidden child. Even objects of nature, like the aegis, a magical goatskin shield associated with Zeus, were linked back to these early years. His infancy became the seedbed of symbols that defined his reign. Yet the most important part of Zeus's childhood was not his survival, but the planet set in motion. When he came of age, Zeus would not simply live in safety while his siblings languished in their father's belly. He would rescue them, restore balance, and begin the great struggle known as the Titanomachy, the war that reshaped the cosmos. The baby hidden in Crete was not merely lucky, he was destined to act as liberator. The Greeks admired this. To them, true kingship required more than inheritance. It demanded courage, strategy, and above all, the willingness to challenge tyranny. We must also pause to consider how this story blended with real-world Crete. The island was home to the Minoan civilization, which flourished long before classical Greece. The Cretans worshipped deities of fertility, animals and caves, and many scholars suggest that the myth of Zeus' childhood was shaped by these older traditions. By placing his birth in Crete, the Greeks tied their most important god to one of their most ancient cultural centres. Myth, archaeology, and politics all overlapped here. Zeus's early years also highlight a central theme of Greek religion, the closeness of gods and mortals. The same milk that fed ordinary children fed Zeus. The same honey prized by humans was his food. His cave was not a palace, but a place anyone could enter. For the Greeks, this was comforting. Their gods were grand, yes, but also rooted in the same natural world that sustained them. To offer honey or milk at a shrine was to share in the diet of divinity. And so we leave Zeus, not yet king of Olympus, but a child growing in strength beneath the rocky slopes of Crete. His father still believes himself secure, his siblings remain imprisoned in darkness, and the Titans rule as though nothing could ever change. Yet in the shadows, a baby is growing. Every cry drowned by clashing spears, every mouthful of milk, every whispered blessing from nymphs and guardians, all bring him closer to his destiny. The Greeks, when they told this story, were not merely recounting a fairy tale. They were reminding themselves that change always begins quietly. The mightiest of rulers can be undone by a child hidden in a cave. Tyranny can never silence destiny. Even the cosmos itself waits for its rightful heir. So, if you are listening with eyes half closed, picture that cave. Imagine the goat Amalthea bending to feed the infant, her breath warm, her horns shining faintly in the gloom. Hear the distant clatter of bronze as the curettes dance, their weapons ringing against each other in time with the baby's cries. Outside, the winds sweep across Crete's rugged hills, carrying with them the secret of a god who will one day rule the sky. And beneath it all lies the quiet promise that even in darkness, even in hiding, greatness can grow unseen until the moment it bursts forth into the light. There comes a point in every story where patience runs out. For Zeus, it was not enough to be hidden in a cave, nourished on honey and goat's milk, while his brothers and sisters remained trapped in the belly of Cronus. Childhood, however charming, was only the prologue. The time came to act, and in true mythological fashion, the action would take the shape of war. Not a skirmish, not a brief rebellion, but a clash that shook the very structure of the cosmos. The Greeks called it the Titanomachy, the war between gods and titans, and it would last 10 long years. When Zeus had grown to manhood, he set his mind on freeing his siblings. One cannot, after all, rule Olympus with only oneself for company. Different versions of the story describe how this happened. In one telling, the goddess Metis, whose name means cunning, prepared a potion that caused Cronus to vomit. Whether it was slipped into his drink or forced down his throat, the effect was spectacular. Cronus retched and heaved, and out-tumbled the 5 children he had swallowed: Hestia, Hera, Demeter, Poseidon, and Hades. Fully grown, perhaps a little shaken, but alive. Imagine Cronus' surprise at regurgitating not just dinner, but an entire divine family. Thus united, the siblings formed the core of what would become the Olympian order. Yet the task ahead was daunting. Cronus and the Titans were no frail elders. They were primeval beings of immense power, woven into the fabric of nature itself. To confront them was to confront the foundations of the universe. It was not a decision taken lightly, but the Olympians had a secret weapon: allies. The Cyclopes, once imprisoned by Uranus and later by Cronus, were freed by Zeus. Grateful, they offered him gifts. To Zeus they gave thunder and lightning, weapons that became his eternal symbols. To Poseidon they gave the trident, a spear that shook the seas. To Hades they gave a helmet that rendered him invisible. These tools were not just ornaments. They were cosmic forces, and they tilted the balance. Picture now the two sides gathering for war. On one side the Olympians, young, vigorous, armed with the latest divine technology, driven by the energy of destiny. On the other, the Titans, immense, ancient, embodiments of sky, ocean, and memory. The battlefield was the cosmos itself. Earth trembled, seas boiled, and mountains shuddered as the struggle began. The Greeks imagined thunder echoing across the heavens, fire flashing from Olympus, and the very air charged with the clash of immortals. It was not a quiet affair. The war dragged on year after year. Neither side could claim victory. The Titans had brute strength and endurance, while the Olympians had cunning and new weapons. It was a stalemate, and the world itself bore the scars. Storms raged, earthquakes split valleys, seas threatened to swallow coasts. For the Greeks, these natural disasters were not random. They were echoes of this primordial war still rumbling beneath the surface of their world. At last, Zeus realized that strength alone would not win the day. He descended into Tartarus, the shadowy pit beneath the earth, where the 100-handers languished. These were monstrous beings, each with 50 heads and 100 arms, cast down by Uranus and feared by Cronus. Terrifying as they were, they hated their chains more than anything else. Zeus freed them, offering them freedom in exchange for loyalty. They agreed, and with their 100 arms they hurled rocks the size of mountains. Pelting the Titans was an unending barrage. It was like discovering an entire army of catapults hidden in the basement. With the 100-handers on their side, the Olympians finally gained the upper hand. Thunderbolts split the sky, tridents churned the oceans, invisibility struck terror into Titan ranks. For 10 years the battle raged until at last the Titans faltered. Cronus, who had once dared to strike down Uranus, now found himself struck down in turn by his own son. The prophecy had been fulfilled. The new order had arrived. What became of the Titans? They were not destroyed outright, for the Greeks rarely imagined gods simply vanishing. Instead, they were cast into Tartarus, that vast pit as far beneath the earth as the sky is above it. There they were bound, guarded by the 100-handers they had once scorned. To the Greek imagination, the Titans remained alive, but defeated, their rumblings heard as earthquakes, their power still present but contained. Power never disappears entirely, it only changes hands. This great war was more than a dramatic tale. It was also an explanation. The Olympians were the gods of order, law, and civilization. The Titans represented an older, rougher world, raw forces, primal and untamed. The Titanomachy symbolized the victory of order over chaos, of a younger, more structured cosmos over a raw and threatening one. It also reflected the Greeks' understanding of generational change. Just as Cronus had overthrown Uranus, Zeus overthrew Cronus. Every ruler, no matter how mighty, faced the same fate. One day a younger generation would take their place. It was as true of families and city-states as it was of gods. The story also carried echoes of real history. Scholars often suggest that myths of succession reflect ancient memories of cultural shifts. As Indo-European peoples brought their sky gods into Greece, they may have reshaped older myths, casting their deities as the triumphant Olympians who displaced earlier earth-centered figures. The Titanomachy, then, is not just a story of gods, but a mythologized record of how religions evolve. Old powers are never erased, they are reimagined as defeated but enduring. One cannot ignore either the psychological weight of the tale. Imagine being a Greek farmer, listening to this myth at a festival. Thunder rumbles in the distance. Mountains loom. The sea pounds the shore. All these overwhelming forces of nature are given a narrative, a history. They are not random terrors, but echoes of a great cosmic battle long ago. In telling the Titanomachy, the Greeks explained their world to themselves, and in doing so, made it less frightening. To know that Zeus ruled with thunderbolts was, oddly enough, comforting. It suggested that someone, at least, was in charge of the storm. The Titanomachy also revealed the kind of ruler Zeus would become. Unlike Cronus, who feared his children, Zeus built alliances. Unlike Uranus, who imprisoned his offspring, Zeus freed his siblings and gave them roles. Poseidon took the sea, Hades the underworld, Hera the crown of queen. It was a kingdom of cooperation, though not without quarrels. But the foundation was different. Where Cronus devoured, Zeus distributed. Where Cronus hoarded power, Zeus shared it. Though always keeping the sky for himself, of course. A wise choice, for storms make a more dramatic stage than seas or caverns. In later Greek art and poetry, the Titanomachy became a favourite subject. Sculptors carved writhing bodies of titans crushed beneath Olympian force. Poets described the clash of fire and stone, the screams of ancient gods, the thunder that split mountains. It was both terrifying and reassuring. Terrifying in scale, reassuring in outcome. The Olympians always triumphed. Order always prevailed, at least for now. And so, as the war ended, the world entered a new age. The Titans were chained in Tartarus, Cronus dethroned, and Zeus stood victorious. He was no longer the hidden child of Crete, no longer the secret nourished in shadows. He was the king of gods, the wielder of thunder, the ruler of Olympus. From now on, the stories would be his. But if the Greeks knew anything, it was that victory carries its own burdens. Power won must be power maintained. Already, even as Zeus celebrated, new challenges waited on the horizon. Giants, monsters, prophecies yet to be fulfilled. For now, though, the cosmos was quiet. The dust of war settled, the thunder eased, and the Olympians looked out upon a world that was finally theirs. So if you are drifting towards sleep, imagine the rumble of thunder not as threat, but as memory. The distant echo of a war fought long ago. Picture the stars shining calmly above, reminders that order emerged from chaos, that storms gave way to clarity. And remember that even gods had to fight for their place in the world, just as every generation must. Zeus had claimed his throne, and the age of the Titans was over. The dust of war had hardly settled when Zeus looked out across a cosmos reshaped by battle. The Titanomachy was over. The Olympians had triumphed, and the future now belonged to him. Yet victory is only the beginning of rule. Anyone can win a war with the right allies and a few thunderbolts, but to govern a world, to hold it together and keep it from unravelling, requires something more. Zeus, the once hidden child of Crete, now faced the task of turning triumph into order. And in Greek imagination, this was no small feat. The first step was to decide who ruled what. The universe, after all, is too large for one god to manage alone, even a god with thunder at his fingertips. According to tradition, the three brothers drew lots. Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades each reached into fate's urn to claim their portion of the cosmos. Zeus received the sky, vast and endless, where thunderclouds gathered and stars wheeled in their courses. Poseidon took the sea, restless and deep, filled with hidden monsters and treasures. Hades, perhaps drawing the short straw, received the underworld, a gloomy realm of shadows. To soften the blow, Zeus assured him it was an important responsibility, and perhaps added, with the wry smile of an older brother, that someone had to mind the dead. It is tempting to imagine them haggling like siblings dividing up an inheritance. Poseidon, the hot-tempered one, perhaps arguing for more coastline. Hades sighing at the unfairness of it all. Zeus, of course, declaring the arrangement final because, well, he had the thunderbolts. Yet beneath the humour lies something deeper. The division of realms mirrored the Greeks' sense of cosmic balance. Sky, sea, and underworld were three pillars of existence, each necessary, each governed by one of the brothers. It was not democracy, The Greeks were under no illusions, but it was order. Zeus now sat as king upon Olympus, the lofty mountain that pierced the clouds. From here he presided over gods and men alike. But Olympus was not merely a mountain. It was a symbol of divine court, of assembly, of hierarchy. Archaeologists note that in Greek religion, the gods often reflected the structures of human society. Just as city-states had councils and rulers, so too did the gods. Olympus was their palace, their parliament, their banquet hall, and at its centre was Zeus, enthroned. Yet to establish his rule, Zeus had to do more than hand out titles. He had to prove himself a king who maintained order not just through fear, but through justice. One of his earliest acts was to set boundaries. The Titans who had opposed him were cast into Tartarus, chained and guarded by the 100-handers. But others, such as Oceanus and his daughters, the Oceanids, were left untouched. This selective punishment reveals something important. Zeus understood politics. A king who punishes all indiscriminately creates enemies everywhere. A king who punishes some and spares others creates gratitude and loyalty. By allowing certain titans to remain, he turned potential foes into allies. The Greeks often portrayed Zeus as both fierce and measured. His thunderbolts were terrifying, yes, but they were not used carelessly. He was not a tyrant like Uranus, nor paranoid like Cronus. He established a reign that, while far from perfect, was at least stable. His justice became legendary. Oaths sworn in his name were sacred, and to break them invited his wrath. Hospitality, xenia, fell under his protection. If a guest were mistreated, Zeus would punish the offender. This might sound like a small detail, but in a world where travel was perilous and strangers depended on the goodwill of hosts, it mattered deeply. Zeus was not only the king of the sky, but the guardian of trust. Still, his reign was not without challenge. The Greeks, never content with a simple story, imagined that after the Titanomachy came further threats. Chief among these was Typhon, a monstrous serpent-bodied giant born of Gaia, who had not forgiven Zeus for overthrowing her children. Typhon rose against the new king, hurling fire and destruction. The battle between them shook heaven and earth. At first, Zeus was even said to have faltered, fleeing when his sinews were torn from his body. But eventually, with thunderbolts blazing, he overcame Typhon, casting him beneath Mount Etna in Sicily. To this day, when the volcano erupts, the Greeks would say it was Typhon struggling below, his rage contained by Zeus's victory. Another test came in the form of the giants, born from the blood of Uranus and egged on by Gaia. They stormed Olympus in what was called the Gigantomachy. Zeus and his allies fought them fiercely, but the prophecy said they could only be defeated with the aid of a mortal. That mortal was Heracles, Zeus's own son. With his arrows and the god's strength combined, the giants were slain. These stories reinforced Zeus' image as a ruler who faced constant opposition, yet always emerged triumphant. His reign was not handed to him. It was defended and earned again and again. To cement his rule, Zeus also established the order of divine law. Themis, goddess of justice, became his counselor. Together they ensured that the cosmos ran according to principle, not whim. It is telling that the Greeks imagined even gods bound by order. Zeus might be the most powerful, but he was not entirely free. Above him loomed Moira, fate, whose decrees even thunderbolts could not undo. This subtle restraint gave the Greeks comfort. Their king of gods was mighty, but not arbitrary. He too respected the laws of the cosmos. Of course, to rule Olympus also meant ruling a court full of quarrelsome personalities. Hera, his sister, and later his wife, was never shy about voicing her opinions, particularly when Zeus's wandering affections became too obvious. Poseidon occasionally tested his brother's authority, contesting dominion over cities like Athens. Even minor gods could stir trouble, clamouring for recognition. Yet Zeus maintained his throne through a mixture of authority, persuasion, and, when necessary, well-aimed lightning. It was a divine version of politics, and in its squabbling, one hears an echo of Greek city councils. Olympus was not a place of perfect harmony. It was a place of constant negotiation, overseen by a steady king. The legacy of Zeus's establishment of rule can still be traced in Greek culture. At Olympia, the greatest games were held in his honour every 4 years. Athletes competed not only for victory, but to celebrate Zeus's order. Victors were crowned with olive wreaths, symbols of peace and unity under his watch. Oracles, like that at Dodona, spoke in his name, interpreting the rustling of oak leaves as his divine voice. His presence permeated the very fabric of Greek life, from politics to weather to the most intimate oaths sworn between friends. One must not forget either that Zeus's rise marked the dawn of a new cosmic family. No longer were the gods vague personifications of nature. Under Zeus, they became figures with personalities, quarrels, and stories that reflected human life. The Olympians were not distant abstractions. They were a family, flawed but relatable, and Zeus was their father figure. His rule established the narrative pattern for all myths to follow. A king at the centre, surrounded by a divine household, each with roles to play. As this chapter closes, we see Zeus firmly enthroned, his power secure but not absolute, his thunderbolts a symbol not just of destruction but of balance. He has divided the world among his brothers, set justice at the heart of his reign, defeated challengers from giants to serpents, and bound even himself beneath the higher laws of fate. In his triumph, the Greeks saw not only a god, but a vision of kingship. Powerful yet cautious, stern yet protective, flawed but enduring. So, if you are drifting toward rest, imagine Olympus rising above the clouds, its halls gleaming, its banquets echoing with laughter and quarrels, its throne occupied by the god of thunder. Outside, the seas roll under Poseidon, the underworld slumbers under Hades, and the sky stretches vast under Zeus's watchful eye. Order has been established. The chaos of the Titans is gone. For now, the world is in balance, and the King of Gods watches over it with lightning in hand and justice in heart. Now that Zeus had claimed his throne, divided the realms with his brothers, and sent the Titans to their chains, he could begin to embody what most people knew him for, the god of the sky. It is difficult to imagine a more fitting domain. The sky is vast, eternal, and untouchable. It shelters and threatens in equal measure. It gives life through sunlight and rain, and it terrifies with lightning and storm. For the Greeks, to say that Zeus ruled the sky was to say that he ruled everything of importance. Farmers bent their heads in prayer to him. Sailors looked anxiously to his clouds, and kings swore oaths with his name on their lips. To live beneath the open air was to live beneath Zeus. His weapon was the thunderbolt. Forged by the Cyclopes, these bolts of fire and light were not the random flashes mortals saw in storms, but precise instruments of justice. When Zeus hurled a thunderbolt, it was said to strike exactly where he willed, with no possibility of error. That detail matters because it made his thunder a symbol not of chance, but of law. A spear might miss, a sword might break, but a thunderbolt always struck true. On temple pediments and painted pottery, Zeus is almost always shown with it in hand, a reminder that his justice came with fire. The thunderbolt was not just his weapon, it was the badge of his kingship. But Zeus was not only the hurler of storms, he was also the giver of rain. The Greeks depended upon his showers for survival. The landscape of Greece, rocky and dry in many places, required just enough rainfall for barley and wheat to grow. Too little rain, and famine threatened. Too much, and the fields flooded. Zeus, as sky god, was the one who balanced this delicate rhythm. He could be generous, sending gentle showers that nourished the soil, or he could be withholding, tightening the sky until crops withered. His role as rainbringer was so central that many local cults worshipped him specifically as Zeus Ombrios, Zeus of the rain, or Zeus Haetios, Zeus of showers. Farmers would sacrifice goats or sheep in hopes of a kind season. It is easy to forget that to a people without irrigation or modern storage, the weather was not background, it was destiny. Worship of Zeus often took place beneath the open sky, not hidden inside temples. At Dodona, one of his oldest sanctuaries, people did not kneel before marble statues, but listened to the voice of the wind. There, an oak tree sacred to Zeus stood, and its rustling leaves were read as his speech. Priests and priestesses interpreted the sounds, turning whispers of branches into answers for those who asked questions. Archaeological finds show inscriptions with simple queries scratched onto lead tablets. Should I marry this woman? Will my voyage succeed? Will the harvest be good? Zeus's replies, carried in leaves and breezes, guided lives. Even the smallest decision could be placed under his sky. In Olympia, Zeus was honoured through the Olympic Games, a festival that began as worship and became the most famous gathering in the Greek world. Every 4 years, athletes assembled from across city-states that otherwise fought endlessly with one another. For a few weeks, truces were declared, and war gave way to competition. Victors were crowned, not with gold or silver, but with olive wreaths, humble tokens that carried enormous prestige. To compete at Olympia was to place one's strength and endurance beneath the gaze of Zeus. His colossal statue, crafted by the sculptor Phidias and counted among the 7 wonders of the ancient world, towered over the sanctuary, gleaming with ivory and gold. When mortals strained their muscles in the stadium, they did so as if he watched every step. Zeus' rule of the sky also made him the guardian of oaths and morality. The same heavens that nourished fields also looked down upon human actions. Nothing escaped his gaze. To swear an oath beneath the open air was to invite Zeus as witness, and to break it was to risk his thunder. Hospitality, or xenia, was sacred to him as well. A stranger who crossed your threshold carried Zeus's protection. To mistreat a guest was not merely rude, but a crime against the king of gods himself. This tells us much about Greek society. In a land of scattered villages and perilous travel, strangers were common, and mistrust was easy. By placing hospitality under Zeus's authority, the Greeks ensured a kind of cosmic safety net. The sky god was also the god of trust. Other cultures had their sky gods, and the Greeks likely saw reflections of Zeus in them. The Mesopotamian storm god Marduk, the Canaanite Baal, the Vedic god Indra. All wielded thunder and lightning, all defeated chaos, all ruled as kings. Zeus stood in that long tradition of storm deities, embodying the belief that the one who commands the weather commands the world. Yet Zeus had a distinctly Greek character. He was not distant like Marduk, nor endlessly warlike like Indra. He was both majestic and approachable, feared yet familiar. His sky was not abstract. It was the real sky overhead, felt in the warmth of sun and the chill of rain. The eagle was his chosen bird, soaring higher than all others, its sharp eyes seeing far below. In myths, the eagle often appeared as his messenger, carrying omens or symbols of his power. Roman emperors, when they adopted Zeus under the name Jupiter, placed the eagle upon their standards, carrying forward the sense that sovereignty belongs to the one whose vision is sharpest and whose reach is highest. Even today, the eagle remains a symbol of states and armies, a faint echo of Zeus's wings sweeping across the heavens. Artists and poets love to describe him as master of the heavens. On coins he appeared enthroned, eagle at his side, thunderbolt in his hand. On temple friezes he was the largest figure, towering above lesser gods. His very name in Greek, Zeus, from the root Dew, meaning bright sky, carried the daylight within it. For worshippers, to speak his name was to call upon the living sky. Yet Zeus was not purely benevolent. The Greeks knew the danger of the sky too well. A storm at sea could destroy a fleet. A lightning strike could burn a field. Farmers prayed nervously for balance. Enough rain, but not too much. Enough sun, but not too little. Sailors poured wine into the waves to ask Zeus for calm passage. Soldiers heading into battle begged him for favourable omens. He was not predictable, for the sky itself is not predictable. He was to be trusted, respected, feared, and praised all at once. And yet there was comfort in his cycle. The storm passed, the clouds cleared, the rainbow returned. Zeus's moods changed, but the sky endured. For the Greeks, this rhythm mirrored life itself. Hardship followed by relief. Drought followed by abundance. They saw in Zeus not only the threat of thunder, but the promise of renewal. He was as constant as the sky and as changeable as its weather, which was to say he was life itself. So, if you are drifting into sleep, imagine the heavens as the Greeks saw them, alive, watchful, divine. The dome above you is not empty but full of presence. The clouds drift at his will, the rains fall by his choice. The lightning splits the sky at his command. An eagle circles high above, sharp-eyed and steady. An oak tree whispers in the breeze, its leaves carrying answers to quiet questions. The great statue at Olympia gleams in the torchlight as athletes bow their heads before him. This is Zeus, the sky god, giver of storms and rain, guardian of oaths, ruler of the heavens. To live under the sky was to live under him. And for the Greeks, that meant every moment of every day. To rule the sky was one thing. To hurl thunderbolts and send rain upon the fields gave Zeus power over nature itself. But kingship is not just a matter of storms and sunshine. It is also a matter of laws, of right and wrong, of keeping the world in balance so that mortals and immortals alike know their place. If Zeus was the sky god, he was also the god of justice, the enforcer of order, the guardian of oaths. And in the Greek imagination, this side of Zeus was as important as the thunderbolt. The Greeks had a word for justice, dike. It was not simply punishment or courtroom procedure, but the natural order of things. the sense that the world must remain balanced. Crops must grow in their season, kings must keep their promises, strangers must be treated with kindness, and families must honour their bonds. When this balance was broken, chaos crept in. And who watched over Dyke from the heavens? Zeus himself. He was not merely a weather god who sent rain and lightning. He was the upholder of morality. This role shows most clearly in his protection of oaths. To swear an oath in ancient Greece was to invoke Zeus as witness. Whether it was a treaty between city-states, a promise of marriage, or an agreement over land, people sealed it in his name. If someone dared to break it, they risked divine punishment. The Greeks imagined Zeus listening, not because he was nosy, but because oaths tied society together. A world where promises meant nothing would collapse into chaos, and Zeus, the king of gods, could not allow that. His thunderbolts might punish armies, but his authority also hovered over every whispered vow. Closely linked to this was his guardianship of Xenia, the sacred law of hospitality. To mistreat a guest was not just a social faux pas, but a sin against Zeus Xenios, Zeus the protector of strangers. Imagine living in a world without hotels or police stations, where a traveller relied entirely on the goodwill of others. If you arrived at a household, dusty from the road, hungry and thirsty, your host was expected to feed you, bathe you, and offer rest before even asking your name. That was the law of hospitality, and Zeus enforced it. To harm a guest was to provoke his wrath. The Greeks told many stories of mortals punished for violating this sacred trust. Hospitality was not merely courtesy, it was divine law, guarded by the king of gods. The Trojan War itself begins with a violation of Xenia. Paris of Troy, welcomed as a guest in Sparta, abused that hospitality by running off with Helen, wife of his host. The entire war, in one sense, was Zeus's justice made manifest, punishing those who broke the sacred bonds. This was how seriously the Greeks took his role. Justice was not only personal, but cosmic, extending even to the causes of wars. Yet Zeus was not a humorless judge with a gavel. His sense of justice was often depicted as measured and deliberate. He punished hubris, excessive pride, because it threatened the balance between gods and mortals. Kings who became arrogant, thinking themselves equal to the divine, often found themselves struck down. Sisyphus, for example, tricked the gods more than once, and for his deceit he was condemned to roll a stone uphill for eternity. Tantalus, who betrayed the trust of Zeus's table, was punished with endless hunger and thirst. These myths remind us that Zeus's justice was not abstract. It was vividly personal, felt in punishments that mirrored the crime. And yet, justice under Zeus was not only about retribution. He also rewarded the just. Hesiod, in his Works and Days, describes how Zeus watches over the actions of mortals, blessing those who honour justice and punishing those who scorn it. For farmers, this meant a good harvest. For cities, it meant peace and prosperity. The idea was simple. If society upheld Dyke, Zeus ensured balance in the world. If society abandoned it, storms, famine, and strife followed. Justice was not separate from nature, but woven into it. In myth, Zeus himself was guided by Themis, goddess of divine law, and their daughter Dyke, who personified justice. The Greeks often showed these figures at his side, whispering counsel. Even Zeus, mighty as he was, didn't act entirely alone. He respected higher principles that bound even gods. Above all loomed the Fates, the Moirai, who spun, measured, and cut the thread of life. Zeus might enforce justice, but fate itself was beyond even him. This subtle limit reassured the Greeks. The sky god was mighty, but not arbitrary. He was not free to twist the cosmos however he pleased. He too bowed to the order of things. One striking example of Zeus as guardian of justice comes in the tale of Lycaon, king of Arcadia. According to the myth, Lycaon sought to test Zeus's omniscience. When Zeus visited him in disguise, Lycaon served him a meal of human flesh, mocking divine authority. Outraged, Zeus struck down his household with thunder and transformed Lycaon into a wolf. The story served as a warning. Zeus was not only a god of the sky, but the god who punished crimes against morality itself. Even cannibal kings could not escape his justice. The Greeks also tied Zeus's justice to their daily politics. City-states often invoked him in their laws, seeing him as the protector of civic order. Court cases might begin with oaths in his name. Assemblies and councils sought to align their decisions with his balance. He was, in a sense, the divine overseer of the polis. For the Greeks, democracy, monarchy, or aristocracy all depended on trust, and trust depended on Zeus. His justice was the invisible fabric of society. Interestingly, his role as judge was not limited to mortals. Even among the gods, Zeus was arbiter. When quarrels broke out, and on Olympus quarrels were frequent, it was Zeus who settled them. Sometimes this meant stern rebukes. Sometimes it meant clever compromise. Sometimes it meant hurling a thunderbolt to silence the argument. He was not always loved for his judgments, but he was respected. In this way, Olympus mirrored human society again. A noisy council with a single figure at its head, keeping chaos from spilling over. Festivals to Zeus often emphasized his role as guardian of justice. At Olympia, his games brought temporary peace, a truce among warring states. At Dodona, his oracle answered questions of right and wrong, guiding decisions in both private and civic life. Sacrifices to Zeus were made not only for reign or victory, but for fairness, for the assurance that society would remain in balance under his gaze. In comparing Zeus with other cultures' gods, one sees the uniqueness of his justice. Mesopotamian kings might claim to enforce divine law, but their gods were distant, their decrees mysterious. Zeus, by contrast, was near. He listened to oaths, punished the arrogant, rewarded the just, and intervened directly in stories mortals could understand. His justice was not abstract philosophy, but lived experience. Every thunderclap was a reminder that he was watching. And so we see Zeus not only as the god of storms, but as the god of moral weather, the one who sent harmony or turmoil depending on human behavior. For the Greeks, justice was not separate from nature. The same god who watered their fields also judged their actions. The same clouds that brought rain could also bring punishment. In Zeus, law and sky became one. So if you are closing your eyes now, imagine not the roar of thunder, but the steady gaze of the sky above. Imagine promises whispered beneath it, strangers welcomed under roofs, kings making treaties with Zeus as witness. Picture justice not as a courtroom, but as a balance stretching across earth and heaven, guarded by the God who sees all. His thunderbolt lies at his side, ready if needed, but his watchfulness is constant. Zeus, the king of justice, sits upon Olympus, and under his gaze the world holds together, for now, in order and peace. Every ruler, no matter how mighty, is remembered not only for victories on the battlefield or wise judgments in court, but also for matters of the heart. For Zeus, king of the gods, the word heart might be too polite. The Greeks knew him as thunderer, lawgiver, protector of oaths. But they also knew him as a god who could never quite resist desire. If the sky was vast, so too were his affections, ranging across goddesses, nymphs, and mortals. To tell the story of Zeus without his loves would be to miss the most colourful, if sometimes scandalous, chapters of his reign. The Greeks were not shy about this aspect of Zeus. His liaisons filled their myths, and through them entire dynasties traced their lineage back to him. Some poets portrayed him as noble, others as rather opportunistic, but all agreed he was prolific. The stories are not meant to be taken as romantic in the modern sense, full of candlelight and serenades. Instead, they show how the Greeks imagined divine desire shaping the human world. Every union of Zeus and a mortal woman was less about courtship than about mythic consequence. Heroes born, cities founded, destinies altered. Consider Europa, the Phoenician princess whose name still graces a continent. Zeus saw her gathering flowers by the sea and fell instantly in love. But rather than approach her directly, perhaps mindful that a thunderbolt is a poor conversation starter, he transformed himself into a gentle white bull. The image is almost comic. The king of gods reduced to a placid animal, nuzzling among maidens. Europa, charmed by the pool's calm demeanour, climbed upon its back. At once, Zeus plunged into the sea, carrying her across the waves to Crete. There he revealed himself, and from their union came Minos, future king of Crete. In this tale, a continent gains its name, and Crete its great dynasty, all because Zeus fancied a girl on the shore. Or take Leda, the Spartan queen. Here Zeus chose the form of a swan. Why a swan? Perhaps because swans glide gracefully on water, or perhaps simply because myth delights in absurd transformations. In paintings, the swan spreads its wings protectively around Leda, a strange blend of beauty and menace. From this union came Helen of Troy, the most beautiful woman in the world, whose abduction would launch 1,000 ships. Thus, from Zeus' feathered disguise came not only children, but one of the most famous wars in history. Another story tells of Danae, daughter of King Acrisius, locked away in a bronze chamber by her father, who had been warned that her son would one day kill him. Danae seemed beyond Zeus's reach. But the sky god has many forms. He entered her chamber not as a man or animal, but as a shower of golden rain. The detail is striking. Zeus as rain recalls his role as fertility bringer, but here the rain is golden, radiant, irresistible. From this union was born Perseus, the hero who slew Medusa and rescued Andromeda. Once again, the love of Zeus reshaped destiny, producing a hero who became a cornerstone of Greek legend. Then there is Ganymede, the Trojan prince. Unlike many of Zeus's pursuits, this one was not a woman, but a youth of extraordinary beauty. Zeus, enamoured, carried him to Olympus, sometimes in the form of an eagle. There, Ganymede became cupbearer of the gods, serving nectar at divine feasts. Though the story raised eyebrows even in antiquity, it also symbolized honor. To be brought to Olympus was not a punishment, but a privilege. The Greeks interpreted this tale as the ultimate compliment. Beauty so radiant, it attracted the king of heaven himself. Zeus's liaisons were not confined to mortals. He was father to many gods as well. With Mnemosyne, goddess of memory, he fathered the 9 muses, patrons of poetry, music, and art. With Leto, he fathered Apollo and Artemis, radiant twins of sun and moon. With Demeter, his sister, he fathered Persephone, queen of the underworld. His relationships with goddesses were as consequential as those with mortals, weaving divine genealogies as intricate as mortal ones. Olympus itself was shaped by his affections. To the Greeks, these stories were more than gossip about their chief god. They explained why heroes existed, why certain families claimed divine ancestry, why beauty and power seemed to fall unevenly upon humanity. To say that Heracles was son of Zeus was not merely to give him prestige, but to mark him as set apart, destined for great deeds. Kings traced their lineages to Zeus as a way of claiming legitimacy. The god's wandering affections were, in a sense, political. His children became rulers, warriors, poets, the founders of culture itself. Of course, not everyone in Olympus approved. Hera, Zeus's queen, was rarely amused. Her jealousy is legendary, and myths often show her punishing the mortal women, and sometimes their children, rather than Zeus himself. This dynamic added drama to Greek storytelling. Zeus pursued, Hera opposed, mortals suffered in between. The pattern appears again and again, weaving divine conflict into human history. Heracles, for instance, was hounded all his life by Hera's enmity, not because of his own deeds, but because he was Zeus' illegitimate son. The Greeks may not have condoned Zeus's behaviour, but they accepted it as fact of myth, a narrative engine driving countless tales. It is tempting to read these myths as moral lessons about infidelity, but the Greeks did not think in those terms. To them, Zeus's loves were part of his nature. Just as the sky is never still, now stormy, now sunny, now full of rainbows, so Zeus's affections shifted endlessly. Desire was not a weakness, but a force of creation. Through his many unions, new lives, heroes and stories were born. The Greeks saw in Zeus's restlessness a reflection of life's abundance, messy and uncontrollable but undeniably fertile. One cannot ignore, however, the humour implicit in these tales. The king of gods turning into a bull or a swan or a shower of gold. These transformations verge on the ridiculous. The Greeks knew this. They told the stories with a mixture of awe and amusement. It was as if they wanted to remind themselves that even the mightiest of gods could look absurd in pursuit of love. In this way, Zeus was both elevated and humanized. He was powerful enough to shake the earth with storms, yet foolish enough to disguise himself as a farmyard animal. His reputation as lover also linked him to his role as sky god. Rain fertilized the earth, and so Zeus's unions fertilized the human world. Lightning struck, and so heroes were born. Just as storms bring both destruction and renewal, his affections brought both chaos and creation. To the Greeks, this parallel was obvious. Love, like thunder, was uncontrollable, sudden, and transformative. So when one tells the story of Zeus the lover, it is not simply a catalogue of affairs, but an exploration of how the Greeks saw desire itself. It was divine, dangerous, ridiculous, and creative all at once. In Zeus, love was not gentle, but overwhelming, not private, but world-changing. And from it came the fabric of myth itself, from Helen and the Trojan War, to Perseus and his adventures, from the Muses and their songs to Heracles and his labours. So, if your eyes are heavy now, imagine the sky at dusk. Clouds drift, their edges tinged with gold, as if the heavens themselves were wooing the earth. Somewhere in the distance, an eagle circles, sharp-eyed and intent. Somewhere else, a swan glides silently across a lake. A bull lowers its head, patient and strong. All are disguises of the same god, restless in affection, eternal in desire. Zeus the lover, king of gods and yet forever chasing hearts, watches from above. And beneath his sky, mortals dream, children are born, and stories unfold, carried forward on the winds of myth. By this point in the story, Zeus has claimed the sky, hurled thunder at titans and monsters, and seated himself firmly upon Olympus. Yet when the Greeks told tales of him, they often turned not to battles or judgments, but to his children. Zeus was remembered above all as a father, not only the father of gods, but of heroes, dynasties, and lineages that stretched across both myth and history. If you leaf through Greek mythology, almost every extraordinary figure has one thing in common: Zeus somewhere in the family tree. The sheer number of his offspring is staggering. Each child carried a story, a role, and often a destiny that shaped the Greek imagination. Some were born of goddesses, others of mortal women, still others from union stranger than either. Each arrival was less a matter of romance than a turning point for myth. Through his children, Zeus populated Olympus, filled the epics, and gave mortals heroes to admire, or to fear. Consider Athena, perhaps the most famous of his divine daughters. Her birth was unlike any other. Fearing a prophecy that her mother Metis would bear a child stronger than its father, Zeus swallowed Metis whole. This, as it turns out, was not a wise digestive decision. In time, Zeus developed a splitting headache. Hephaestus, god of the forge, split open his skull with an axe, and out sprang Athena in gleaming armour, fully grown, spear in hand. From the head of Zeus came wisdom itself. The story gave the Greeks more than a goddess. It gave them a symbol of strategy, intelligence, and the strange way that even attempts to outwit prophecy end up fulfilling it. Then came Apollo and Artemis, twins of brilliance and balance. Their mother Leto wandered in exile, shunned by the jealous Hera, until she found refuge on the island of Delos. There she gave birth, and suddenly the cosmos had new guardians of light. Apollo became god of music, prophecy, and healing, while Artemis ruled over hunting, wilderness, and the moon. Together they represented order and rhythm, the sun by day, the moon by night. Every bowstring twang, every lyre note, every sunrise and moonrise was traced back to Zeus's children. Hermes was another of his lively offspring, born to Maia, daughter of Atlas. From the moment he drew breath, Hermes was busy. Still in his swaddling clothes, he stole Apollo's cattle, then invented the lyre to smooth over the quarrel. Zeus must have recognized something of himself in this mischievous child, clever, audacious, unstoppable. Hermes became the messenger of the gods, patron of travellers and merchants, and guide of souls into the underworld. In Hermes, the Greeks saw wit and speed personified, a god who laughed at barriers and slipped through boundaries. Dionysus was perhaps the most unusual of Zeus's children. His mother Semele was a mortal. Tricked by Hera into demanding that Zeus show himself in full divine glory, she was consumed by his radiance. Yet Zeus rescued the unborn child, sewing him into his thigh until he was ready to be born. Twice born, Dionysus embodied contradiction, joy and madness, ecstasy and ruin. Through him, Zeus became father of revelry and transformation. The Greeks credited Dionysus with wine, theatre, and the release of human passion. Even in merriment, Zeus's fatherhood shaped culture. But Zeus' children were not limited to Olympus. Many were mortal heroes, destined for extraordinary lives. Danae, locked in a bronze chamber by her fearful father, was visited by Zeus as a shower of golden rain. From that union came Perseus, who would slay the Gorgon Medusa and rescue Andromeda from the sea monster. Perseus was not merely a hero of myth. He was claimed as ancestor by noble families, his divine parentage granting them prestige. Heracles, or Hercules, as the Romans later called him, was another son of Zeus. Born of the mortal woman Alcmene, he embodied strength itself. Hera's jealousy pursued him endlessly, yet his labours, slaying the Nemean lion, capturing Cerberus, cleaning the Augean stables, became symbols of endurance. Through Heracles, Zeus's fatherhood gave the Greeks a model of heroism, strength tested by suffering, glory won through trial. Temples rose to Heracles as both a mortal and a god, his story echoing across centuries. Helen of Troy, whose beauty launched 1,000 ships, was another of Zeus's children. In one version, he came to her mother Leda as a swan, gentle in form but irresistible in power. From their union came Helen, the woman whose abduction by Paris set in motion the Trojan War. Helen's divine parentage explained her extraordinary allure, her central role in history and legend alike. Through her, Zeus was father not just of heroes but of wars. There was also Minos, king of Crete, son of Europa and Zeus in the form of a bull. Minos became famous as a lawgiver and judge of the dead, his authority traced back to Zeus. Amphion and Zephyr, twins born of Antiope, raised walls around Thebes with music and strength. Even Sarpedon, a hero of Troy, was said to be Zeus's son. Everywhere in myth, one stumbles upon his children, ruling, fighting, building, suffering. What did this abundance of offspring mean to the Greeks? On one level, it explained why heroes stood apart from ordinary mortals. To say someone was born of Zeus was to account for their greatness. Why could Heracles wrestle lions? Because his father was the thunderer. Why was Helen impossibly beautiful? Because her father was the sky god. The divine lineage made sense of extraordinary qualities. On another level, Zeus's fatherhood legitimized rulers and dynasties. Kings claimed descent from him to bolster their authority. A city might say its founder was a son of Zeus, thereby stamping its origins with divine approval. Genealogy became theology. Politics became myth. The king was not only powerful because of armies or wealth. He was powerful because the sky itself was in his blood. But being Zeus' child was not always a blessing. Many of his offspring lived tragic lives, burdened by divine rivalry. Hera's jealousy meant that illegitimate children often suffered. Heracles was driven to madness, Perseus faced exile, Helen caused destruction. Sarpedon died on the plains of Troy despite his father's grief. To carry Zeus's blood was to live a life larger than life, but also heavier than ordinary fate. The Greeks seemed to understand this paradox. Divine heritage brought greatness, but it also brought struggle. Philosophically, Zeus's vast family tree represented the fertility of the cosmos itself. Just as rain fertilizes the earth, Zeus fertilized the human world with stories, heroes, and destinies. His endless children reflected the endless abundance of life. Yet his offspring were not uniform. They were as varied as the sky's moods. Some were bright like dawn, some wild like storms, some tragic like lightning striking too soon. The Greeks saw in this variety a reflection of life itself, unpredictable, fertile, and often bittersweet. Artists and poets filled their works with Zeus's children. Temples to Athena crowned the Acropolis. Hymns to Apollo echoed at Delphi. Festivals to Dionysus gave rise to theatre itself. Statues of Heracles lined gymnasiums, inspiring athletes with his labours. Even in daily life, Zeus's fatherhood was present. To sing, to plant crops, to compete, to drink wine, to tell stories. All these acts carried the touch of his offspring. So when the Greeks told tales of Zeus, they did not see a distant god sitting idly on his throne. They saw the father whose children walked among them, whose descendants ruled their cities, whose offspring fought in their legends. He was the link between heaven and earth, his children the bridge across which myth entered the mortal world. As you close your eyes, picture Olympus as a great tree, its branches reaching into every valley, every sea, every city. At its root sits Zeus, thunder in his hand, sky above his head. From him, branches spread, each bearing fruit. Athena's wisdom, Apollo's song, Artemis's bow, Hermes' cunning, Dionysus's revelry, Perseus's courage, Heracles' strength, Helen's beauty. Some fruit sweet, some bitter, all vital. To the Greeks, this tree of Zeus's children was the very fabric of their culture, its roots deep in heaven, its branches shading the world of men. For all his thunderbolts, for all his children, for all his throne upon Olympus, there was one power that Zeus could never fully command. The Greeks called it Moira, fate. It was older than the gods, deeper than the earth, wider than the sky. Even Zeus, king of heaven, was bound to it. He might stretch out his hand, hurl fire across the firmament, or weigh the lives of mortals on his great scales. But at the end of the day, fate was immovable. To understand Zeus, one must understand how even he bowed to destiny. The Greeks personified fate as three women, the Moirai, spinning, measuring, and cutting the thread of life. Clotho spun the thread, Lachesis measured its length, and Atropos cut it with her shears. No thunderbolt could frighten them. No plea could soften their resolve. They were not cruel. They were inevitable. Their task was simply to ensure that everything followed its appointed course. Even the gods themselves had a thread, and Zeus's was no exception. This idea fascinated the Greeks, who were acutely aware of how fragile life was. A farmer could work diligently and still lose a harvest to drought. A sailor could pray to every god and still be wrecked by storms. A warrior could train for years and still fall to a stray arrow. To explain this, they looked to fate. Zeus might rule the sky, but fate ruled existence. He was mighty, but he was not absolute. And to the Greeks, that was strangely comforting. No power, not even Zeus's, was limitless. Yet Zeus did not stand helpless before fate. He was often portrayed as its interpreter, its enforcer, the one who ensured that destiny unfolded as it must. In Homer's Iliad, he is described weighing the fates of warriors on his golden scales. When Hector and Achilles faced one another, Zeus lifted the balances of doom, and the side of Hector sank lower. Even Zeus sighed, knowing his beloved Trojan hero was doomed. He could not alter the outcome, but he bore witness to it, dignifying fate with divine recognition. At times, Zeus did try to bend destiny. Myths speak of his attempts to delay, to soften, to redirect. When Sarpedon, his son, fought at Troy, Zeus considered saving him from death. But Hera reminded him that even he must not defy fate. With sorrow, Zeus allowed Sarpedon to fall. His body carried home by sleep and death. Here the Greeks wove tragedy into their theology. Zeus was not a tyrant, free to favour his children at will. He too was bound by higher law. The story becomes not one of indifference, but of restraint, of the sky god accepting limits. This theme also explained why prophecies always came true. When the oracle at Delphi spoke, it was not inventing the future, but articulating what was already woven. Croesus of Lydia famously misinterpreted the oracle, thinking he would destroy a mighty empire if he went to war with Persia. He did destroy an empire, his own. Zeus's justice and the oracle's fate walked hand in hand, reminding mortals that destiny rarely unfolded as expected, but always unfolded nonetheless. Zeus's relationship with fate also shaped how Greeks viewed power itself. Kings might boast of armies, cities might flaunt wealth, but all were ultimately subject to destiny. This belief kept human arrogance in check. Even the strongest ruler knew that his thread could be cut without warning. Zeus embodied authority, but fate embodied necessity. The one ruled with thunder, the other with silence. Together they created a cosmos both ordered and mysterious. It is worth remembering that the Greeks did not imagine fate as cruel. It was impartial. A short life could be glorious. A long life could be tragic. The point was not the length of the thread, but how it was woven. Achilles, for instance, was offered a choice: a long, quiet life, or a short, glorious one. He chose the latter, fulfilling his fate as the greatest of warriors. Zeus did not intervene to change his choice. He simply ensured that the chosen destiny was honoured. In this way, fate gave meaning, and Zeus gave it weight. The poets often emphasized Zeus's dual role, subject to fate, yet also its spokesman. Hesiod called him the dispenser of fates, suggesting that though he did not create destiny, he allocated its fulfillment. In Homer, Zeus might send dreams, omens, or storms to guide mortals toward their destined path. Fate was the script. Zeus was the director, ensuring the play stayed on track. For mortals, this was enough. They did not expect to escape their thread, but they trusted Zeus to oversee its unfolding with a kind of stern fairness. Philosophically, this tension became important later. Thinkers like the Stoics reflected on Zeus as equivalent to divine reason, the logos, a rational order that permeates the universe. In their view, fate was simply the will of Zeus expressed in cosmic law. To live virtuously was to align oneself with this order, accepting fate without complaint. Even if thunder shook the heavens, one could rest knowing that everything happened according to the sky god's plan. In this way, Zeus became not only father of gods, but the principle of destiny itself. Yet the myths never allowed us to forget his frustration with fate. Again and again, Zeus was depicted sighing over the deaths of heroes, lamenting that he could not save them. These moments gave him a strangely human quality. For all his grandeur, he knew sorrow. He could not shield his favourites from mortality. He was powerful, but not almighty. And in this way, the Greeks brought their god closer to themselves. He was not a machine enforcing destiny, but a father watching children suffer, unable to prevent it. This balance between Zeus and fate also provided an explanation for tragedy. The great plays of Athens, by Aeschylus, Sophocles, Euripides, often depicted characters struggling against destiny. Oedipus tried to escape the prophecy that he would kill his father and marry his mother, but in doing so, he fulfilled it. Behind these tales stood the quiet presence of Zeus, who allowed the threads to play out. His justice and fate's necessity combined to form the backdrop of human suffering. To the Greeks, tragedy was not meaningless pain. It was the order of the cosmos, observed and permitted by the king of gods. And yet, there was always the possibility of reconciliation. To accept fate was, in some sense, to accept Zeus. To live justly, to honour the gods, to fulfil one's role, was to align oneself with the cosmic order. In this way, Zeus and fate were not enemies, but partners. One declared what must be, the other enforced it. The Greeks did not ask whether life was fair. They asked only whether it was fitting, and under Zeus's watchful eye, it was. So, as this chapter closes, imagine Zeus not with thunderbolt raised, but seated silently, watching the threads of life pass through the hands of the fates. He cannot cut them, cannot extend them, but he ensures they are respected. The sky above you is not arbitrary, it is law. The stars turn in their courses, storms come and go, lives begin and end, all according to a pattern older than Olympus. Even the king of gods, sitting in majesty on his throne, accepts that he too is bound by it. If your eyes are closing, take comfort in this image. A vast sky that is not empty but orderly. A God who rules with might, but also with humility before forces greater than himself. Thunder may rumble, but behind it is a quiet truth. Everything happens as it must. Zeus may be king, but fate is queen, and together they weave the fabric of existence. When the Greeks spoke of Zeus, they were never simply speaking of a god with a thunderbolt in his hand. They were speaking of something much larger, of authority, of justice, of kingship, of the very sky itself. He was the figure that unified their myths, the one whose presence was felt not only in temples and poems, but in the daily lives of farmers, sailors, rulers, and children. His legacy was immense, spilling beyond the boundaries of myth into art, politics, philosophy, and culture. And it did not end with the Greeks. Rome claimed him. The Renaissance revived him. Even now, fragments of his thunder echo in ways we might not always notice. To understand Zeus's legacy is to understand how humans, for thousands of years, have imagined what it means for power to watch from above. Zeus's legacy began in worship. He was not a remote figure who appeared only in grand myths. He was invoked in countless small acts of devotion. Farmers prayed to him as Zeus Ombrios, bringer of rain, when their fields turned dry. Travellers invoked him as Zeus Xenios, protector of guests, when they knocked on a stranger's door. Judges swore by him as Zeus Horkios, guardian of oaths, when disputes were settled. He was Zeus Ktesios, protector of households, and Zeus Panhellenios, the god worshipped by all Greeks together. His many names show the breadth of his reach. Each epithet was like a facet of the same jewel. He was not one god among many. He was many roles within one god. His sanctuaries reflected this diversity. At Dodona, his oracle spoke not through a carved statue, but through a tree. The oak rustled, the doves cooed, and priests interpreted the sounds as his voice. People brought lead tablets etched with questions. Should I take this journey? Will my child be born safely? Is it wise to plant wheat this year? Zeus's answers came not with thunder, but with whispers in the wind. For centuries, mortals trusted the leaves of an oak to carry the words of their king. At Olympia, his worship was grander. Every 4 years, the Olympic Games were held in his honour. Athletes competed not for wealth, but for the glory of a wreath of olive leaves, sacred to him. For the duration of the Games, even warring city-states declared a truce. Rivals stood side by side, not as enemies but as competitors under Zeus's gaze. This was no mere sport, it was ritual. To run, to wrestle, to throw, these were acts of devotion. At the heart of the sanctuary stood Phidias's colossal statue, gleaming with ivory and gold, Zeus seated on a throne, serene and majestic. Ancient visitors said it was so awe-inspiring that they felt they had seen the god himself. The statue may be gone, but the tradition of the games continues, and with it, the faint memory of Zeus. His presence was also etched into literature. Homer describes him as arbiter of war, weighing the fates of men on golden scales. A single nod of his head could seal the destiny of a city. Hesiod called him the dispenser of justice, rewarding the righteous and punishing the corrupt. Tragedians like Aeschylus and Sophocles invoked him as the ultimate authority, the one whose law lay behind every twist of human suffering. Even when he does not appear in the plays, he is always there, like the sky itself, unseen but unavoidable. To write of justice, power, or fate in Greece was to write, whether directly or indirectly, of Zeus. Philosophy carried him into new realms. Heraclitus spoke of Zeus as the embodiment of the thunderous order that kept the cosmos alive. The Stoics went further, equating Zeus with the Logos, the rational principle that permeated the universe. In their eyes, Zeus was not simply a personified god, but the very law of nature itself. To live virtuously was to live in harmony with Zeus, which meant in harmony with the cosmos. Even Plato, though critical of myth, used Zeus as a model for kingship. In the Laws, he imagines human rulers who, like Zeus, must combine strength with justice. In philosophy, Zeus shifted from sky god to cosmic principle, showing the adaptability of his legacy. Rome adopted him eagerly, renaming him Jupiter. Under this new title, he became the guardian of empire. Roman generals prayed to him before battles, and the Senate honoured him as Jupiter Optimus Maximus, Jupiter best and greatest. His temple on the Capitoline Hill was the beating heart of Rome's religion. His eagle soared with the legions, stamped on standards that proclaimed Roman might. His thunderbolt appeared on coins, reminding citizens that the empire ruled under the authority of the sky. Through Rome, Zeus's legacy spread far beyond Greece, woven into the laws, symbols, and power of the ancient world. Even after the fall of pagan worship, Zeus lingered. In the Middle Ages, he appeared in allegories and manuscripts as Jupiter, sometimes treated as a planetary force, sometimes as a symbol of kingship. During the Renaissance, he was reborn in art. Painters depicted him with swirling robes, a stern gaze, and skies split with lightning. Sculptors carved him with eagle and thunderbolt, the old imagery given new polish. Poets drew upon him as a symbol of divine authority, even when Christianity had long since taken hold. He endured, not as an object of worship, but as an idea, an image too powerful to fade. And even in modern times, his figure lingers. He is recast in novels, painted in fantasy, dramatized in film, and animated in cartoons. He is a character in video games, a presence in comic books, a name invoked in psychology as an archetype of paternal power. Children still learn his myths in school, perhaps laughing at the swan and the bull, perhaps marvelling at the thunderbolt. He has become less a god to worship than a cultural touchstone, a shorthand for authority, justice, and the sky itself. Few ancient gods have survived with such vitality. Zeus remains recognisable, even to those who know little of Greece. But perhaps his greatest legacy lies in something quieter, the act of looking up. For the Greeks, the sky was alive. Every rumble of thunder, every flash of lightning, every passing cloud carried meaning. They saw Zeus in the weather, in the order of the stars, in the simple fact that the heavens stretch endlessly above us. His legacy is not only temples or statues or poems. It is the instinct to connect the vastness of the sky with the idea of power, of order, of justice. We still look upward, perhaps no longer fearing his thunderbolts, but still feeling awe at the endless blue by day and the scattered stars by night. That awe is Zeus's truest inheritance. His legacy, then, is layered, it is religious, in sanctuaries and sacrifices. It is cultural, in games and poetry. It is philosophical, in reflections on justice and natural law. It is political, in dynasties that trace their legitimacy to him. It is artistic, in statues and paintings that captured his majesty. And it is emotional, in the human response to the sky itself. Fear, wonder, gratitude, humility. The Greeks may have shaped his image, but they were giving form to something universal. The sense that above us is authority, both comforting and terrifying, both personal and impersonal. As you let your eyes grow heavy, imagine his legacy not as words on a page, but as a landscape. The oak groves of Dodona whisper in the wind. The stadium of Olympia hums with the echo of races run long ago. The Capitoline hill of Rome gleams with marble, eagles perched in bronze. Renaissance painters splash his figure across vaulted ceilings, thunder in one hand, eagle in the other. And finally, the night sky itself stretches above you, vast and eternal, unchanged since the Greeks first told his name. Zeus may no longer receive sacrifices of bulls and goats. His statue at Olympia may be dust. His temples may be ruins. Yet the sky remains, and in the sky his presence lingers. His legacy is not a single story, but 1,000 threads, woven into the way humans have always sought to explain the world. He is thunder, he is law, he is laughter at his disguises, he is sorrow at his limits, he is the father whose children populate myth, the king whose rule mirrors both strength and restraint. He is above all the reminder that when we look upward, we feel watched, judged, and, in some strange way, cared for. So sleep now beneath that same sky. Let the stars turn in their courses. Let the wind move through unseen branches. Let the silence stretch vast above you. The Greeks once told of Zeus to explain these things. We tell his story still, not because we fear his thunder, but because we recognize in him something of ourselves. Our need for justice, our awe of power, our wonder at the infinite dome overhead. His legacy is the sky itself, eternal, immense, and filled with stories. Before the pomegranate, before the underworld, before the earth yawned open like a mouth and swallowed a girl whole, there was peace. Quiet, gentle peace. The kind found in meadows when the grass is too long and no one has yet invented lawn mowers. This is where our story begins. Not with Hades, nor with death, but with Persephone, though at the time she was simply called Kor, the maiden, a girl of wild flowers, laughter, and untroubled steps. Her world was all surface, sunlight, green things, blossoms. It was a world without shadows, or at least none deep enough to worry about. She was the daughter of Demeter, the goddess of grain, harvest, and maternal overprotection. And like many overprotective mothers, Demeter had one very firm rule. Don't go near boys who live underground. A rule that will, as you'll come to learn, not age terribly well. Now, in the great family of the Olympians, Demeter is one of the older siblings. A daughter of the Titans Kronos and Rhea, she had seen the world reshaped by Zeus and the new order of gods. While her brothers chased thunder and war, she tended to life's quieter miracles. Wheat, barley, fruit that ripened slowly under the sun. The Greeks saw Demeter everywhere food was grown. Not in the feasts, mind you, those belonged to Dionysus and his merry hangovers, but in the silent, back-bent labour of planting, watering, harvesting. To them, Demeter was sacred in the simplest of gestures: a seed placed in soil, a loaf of bread broken in half, the promise that spring would come again. And Kor, her daughter, was spring made flesh, the blooming after winter, the innocence before knowledge. If Demeter was the field, Kor was the flower. It's important to pause here and say that Persephone didn't yet know she was Persephone. Names have power, especially in mythology. Kor was a placeholder of sorts. It simply meant maiden, a title more than a self, a figure unformed, potential waiting for experience. She was not yet queen of anything. She didn't rule the dead. She didn't even have a throne. She was a girl picking flowers with nymphs. And really, if you've ever spent time with nymphs, you'll know that's rarely the setting for wise decisions. The setting was Sicily, or sometimes Attica, or even nicer, depending on which poet you ask. But all versions agree there were flowers. Too many flowers, in fact. Violets, crocuses, narcissus, all blooming unnaturally bright. The ancient Greeks knew what this meant. You don't get that kind of floral extravagance without divine meddling, and divine meddling there was. Because somewhere deep below, beneath the soil and stones, Hades had been watching. Now don't recoil just yet. Hades was not the devil. He didn't twirl his moustache or cackle wickedly. In fact, the ancient Greeks didn't see him as evil at all. Unsmiling, yes. Stern, certainly. Not the sort you'd invite to a dinner party, but evil number. He was a god of balance, of endings, of contracts kept and souls counted. His realm was orderly, predictable, which, in a chaotic pantheon like the Greek one, was no small feat. Still he was lonely. He ruled over countless shades, souls of the dead, but not one companion. No wife, no queen, not even a close friend. And so he did what many lonely individuals do in myths written by men. He asked his brother Zeus for dating advice. Zeus, who was not known for wisdom when it came to matters of love, or frankly matters of anything except throwing lightning bolts, suggested his niece Kor. This was, you'll note, a fairly standard arrangement in divine genealogy. Olympian family trees are less like trees and more like tangled wreaths with petals missing. Zeus gave his blessing. But crucially, he didn't tell Demeter. Whether out of oversight, strategy, or sheer cowardice, he'd left that little detail off the family group chat. So Hades waited. And the earth, his ally, waited too. Then one day, as Kor stooped to pick a particularly dazzling narcissus, a flower later associated with death, the ground beneath her split open. Not with a roar, not with chaos, but with a sudden, silent efficiency, like a trapdoor pulled by an expert stagehand. Hades emerged in his chariot of black horses, reached out and pulled her down. Just like that. No time for screams. No time for a goodbye. Only the echo of petals falling where she had stood. Now this might sound dramatic, and it was. But for the ancient Greeks, this wasn't just a story of kidnapping. It was a ritual metaphor. The earth takes what is sown. What blooms must also decay. Spring cannot exist without descent. In other words, this was less a crime report and more a cosmic lesson. Kor's fall was the beginning of her transformation. To go underground was to change, to grow, to gain depth. Still, try explaining that to Demeter. When Demeter realized her daughter was gone, she searched the world. Not figuratively, literally. Torches in hand, she wandered night and day. She questioned gods, mortals, winds, rivers. She even interrogated the sun, Helios, who, being incapable of minding his own business, had seen everything. Eventually she learned the truth. Her daughter had been taken by Hades, with Zeus's consent. This understandably did not go over well. Demeter's grief was not weeping in corners. It was not soft or poetic. It was fury and silence, withdrawal. She simply stopped. She withdrew her gifts from the earth. Grain ceased to grow. Orchards withered. Fields turned to dust. Nothing could flourish without the goddess's touch. The world began to starve. And suddenly, the gods, who generally enjoyed having worshippers who were not dead, took notice. Humans had stopped offering sacrifices. Altars were cold. Priests muttered nervously. Cities trembled. Zeus, suddenly recalling he was the one who permitted all this in the first place, decided that perhaps a compromise was in order. So he sent Hermes, the messenger god, down to the underworld with a politely worded message. Return the girl. Please. But meanwhile, beneath the earth, something else had begun to shift. Kor, no longer quite a girl, not yet a queen, was adjusting. Hades had given her a throne, a crown, a role. She had walked among the dead, seen their sorrows and listened to their silence. She had not forgotten the sky, nor her mother. But she had changed, as all people do when confronted with the deeper parts of themselves. The moment of return would hinge on one thing. Had she eaten anything while in the underworld? You see, the Greeks believed that eating the food of the dead bound you to their realm. Most souls didn't eat. They drifted. They mourned. They lingered in shades. But Persephone, yes, now we may begin to call her that, had eaten 6 seeds from a pomegranate offered by Hades. Not a feast, not a trick. Just 6 seeds. Just enough. Enough to mean she could never fully leave. Hermes delivered the news. Zeus, ever the negotiator when his own reputation was at risk, proposed a solution. Persephone would spend part of the year in the underworld with Hades, and part with her mother on Earth. A seasonal contract, if you will. No lawyers needed, just divine assent. Demeter, reluctantly, agreed. Hades predictably agreed, and Persephone, well, she had little choice, but she had also gained something unexpected. Agency, duality, a role in both life and death. Each year, when she rises from the underworld, the world bursts into bloom. Demeter rejoices, the trees awaken, the barley waves gently in warm winds. And each year, when she returns below, the leaves fall, the fields go quiet, and the earth sleeps. The myth, you see, was never just about loss or marriage. It was about rhythm, about the balance between growth and rest, between light and shadow. It was how the Greeks understood the seasons. But all of that is yet to come. For now, the earth is still cracking open. The horses are still galloping, and the maiden, Kor, is falling. Down into a kingdom she does not know. Into a story that will echo for thousands of years. Sleep now. Let the grasses bend in gentle wind. Let the wildflowers bloom in silence. Let the girl pick her blossoms, unknowing. And let the world hold its breath, just for a moment longer. The story has only just begun. Hades does not burst into the story with thunder. There are no fiery entrances, no chaos, no storm clouds billowing from behind his throne. If anything, his presence is more like a cool draft beneath a doorway. Always there, rarely noticed. But he was there, always, watching, waiting, and, as the Greeks believed, keeping things precisely as they ought to be. Not a villain, not a monster, but a god of balance. Let us begin properly. When the Titan Cronus swallowed his children to prevent being overthrown, as one does, he inadvertently created a legend. Hades, his third son, was consumed whole, along with his siblings, Hestia, Hera, Demeter, and Poseidon. It was Zeus the youngest who eventually forced Cronus to disgorge them and led the charge in the Great War known as the Titanomachy. After the Titans fell, the brothers drew lots to divide the cosmos. Zeus drew the sky, Poseidon got the sea, and Hades, by chance or by fate, drew the underworld. It wasn't a punishment, though many have assumed it. It was a necessary realm, as old as the stars and twice as deep. Hades took to his role without complaint. While Zeus flung thunderbolts and Poseidon stirred tempests, Hades descended into his quiet kingdom. There was work to do after all. Death, unlike Olympus, did not wait, and it certainly did not gossip. The Greeks did not call it hell. That was a later invention. To them, the realm of Hades was simply the place all mortals went upon death. A sprawling, shadowed expanse beneath the earth, bordered by rivers ruled by silence. It was called Hades, like the god himself, a factor that led to no end of confusion in later storytelling. But the Greeks, practical as ever, referred to it with several names. Erebus, the place of darkness, Hades, the unseen realm, or simply the house of Hades. It wasn't punishment, not inherently. It was continuation. To enter the underworld, the soul had to cross a river. Not just any river, of course. There were 5 rivers in total. Styx, the river of oaths, black and binding. Lethe, the river of forgetfulness, for those who wished to forget their mortal lives. Acheron, the river of pain. Phlegethon, a river of fire, though no one swam in it, for obvious reasons. Cocytus, the river of wailing. And there, on the banks of one of these rivers, usually the Styx, waited Charon, the ferryman. Now Charon was not especially friendly. He was not especially chatty, but he was reliable. With a long beard and a longer oar, he ferried the dead across, 1 coin at a time. The fare? An obol placed in the mouth or on the eyes of the deceased at burial. No coin, no crossing. You'd be stuck wandering the shore, which was unpleasant, even for the dead. Once across the river, the soul came to the gates of the underworld, guarded by a rather enthusiastic creature. Cerberus, the 3-headed dog. Loyal, watchful, and deeply committed to the no-exits policy. Each of Cerberus's heads, the poets say, could see a different truth, past, present, and future. Though how he felt about belly rubs remains unrecorded. Still, few tried to pet him. Even fewer tried to sneak past. Now inside the underworld proper, the dead stood before 3 judges. Minos, once king of Crete. Rhadamanthus, known for his fairness. And Aeacus, guardian of the keys. They would assess the life of the soul. Good deeds, bad deeds, sacrifices offered, oaths broken. It all went into the judgment. From there, the soul would be assigned its afterlife. There were, broadly speaking, 3 destinations. The fields of Asphodel, a sort of neutral zone where most souls drifted. Neither punishment nor reward, just peaceful boredom. The Elysian Fields, a paradise for the virtuous, the heroic, and the poetically favoured. Tartarus, a shadowed pit for the wicked, or more often, for those who had annoyed Zeus. You'll note that the average soul didn't go to heaven or hell. they went to Asphodel, where they wandered in mist and silence, reminiscing about figs and wondering why no one left offerings anymore. All of this was Hades' domain. He didn't judge the dead. He didn't punish or praise. He simply ensured that once you entered, you remained. That order was kept. That laws, divine or mortal, were observed. In short, Hades was the administrator of the afterlife, and he took it seriously. Unlike his brothers, Hades did not flit about the mortal world having affairs. He rarely left his throne. He didn't meddle in wars or flirt with nymphs disguised as cattle. Instead, he governed quietly. He received offerings, burnt black animals, poured libations, the occasional wreath tossed into a chasm. Not many temples were built in his name, but those that did exist were solemn, deeply respected. He wasn't loved, but he was revered. Hades was often depicted as a dark-haired man with a full beard, stern of face, enthroned in black stone. His symbols: the bident, a two-pronged spear, not quite a trident, but no less sharp. The helm of invisibility, forged by the Cyclopes, which he had once used to sneak behind the Titans in war. And, eventually, a pomegranate, but that comes later. He was called Adoneus, the unseen one; Ploton, the wealthy one, not in gold, but in souls; Chthonios Zeus, the Zeus of beneath. Names that hinted at power without thunder, authority without spectacle. Hades had subjects too, not just the dead, but deities and spirits unique to his realm. Thanatos, the god of death; Hypnos, god of sleep, quietly lurking nearby, no doubt listening in now; the Erinyes, or Furies, spirits of vengeance; Hecate, goddess of witchcraft and crossroads, who travelled freely between realms; and of course Persephone, though she had not arrived yet. The underworld before her was complete, but not alive. Some said it was barren. Others said it was silver-lit, eerily beautiful, a place where time drifted like fog, where memory became more real than flesh. And there, at its heart, Hades ruled. Not with cruelty, not with affection, but with a kind of sombre respect for the order of things. He was not the bringer of death. He simply received it. And in this the Greeks found comfort. Unlike other deities, Hades did not demand praise. He did not grow jealous. He did not strike from the skies. He simply waited, as all ends wait. Now, one mustn't mistake his stillness for lack of feeling. When Persephone came, when the earth yawned and the girl arrived, Hades did not gloat. He did not boast. He made her a queen, offered her a throne beside his, gave her power, ritual, and domain, shared with her the burden of rulership. It was not romance, as modern tales like to pretend. It was reverence. Hades respected the sacred, and in Persephone he saw the sacred unveiled. Still, it was an unusual marriage. Even the gods were taken aback. Sun above, shadows below. Spring joined to stillness. It wasn't love as mortals knew it, but it was something stronger than possession. It was permanence. And so, from that moment on, Hades ruled not alone, but with a consort, one who would bring balance not only to his realm, but to the world above. With her arrival, his kingdom changed. Softer, perhaps. Sharper, certainly. And when she left, he waited. When she returned, he welcomed her without question. He understood cycles. He governed them. Sleep now. Let the river Styx flow quietly past. Let the mists of Asphodel swirl like dreams. Let Cerberus lie at the gates, one head snoring, one half watching, and the other dreaming of bones. The king of the underworld is seated still, his bident at rest. and though all things pass, he endures. It began, as such things often do, with a flower. Not just any flower, mind you. This was a narcissus. Not the kind admired by vain young men leaning over reflective pools, but the kind that didn't belong. Too bright for the season, too symmetrical. Fragrant in a way that suggested meddling. It grew in the middle of an otherwise ordinary meadow like an afterthought planted by fate. It should have been a warning, but Kore, daughter of Demeter, had not yet learned to be suspicious. She was not yet Persephone, queen of the underworld. She was still the maiden, the blossom gatherer, the girl in spring. She had risen early that morning, as she often did, when the dew was still thick on the grass, and the air was soft with birdsong. Her companions, the oceanids, nymphs of the sea and running streams, fluttered around her like errant butterflies. Woven baskets looped over their arms. Their laughter echoed through the valley like wind chimes in a temple courtyard. They bent to pick crocuses, hyacinths, irises, all the usual suspects. And then Kore saw the narcissus. It stood a little apart, as if waiting. She stepped toward it, basket on her arm, skirts brushing the wet grass, and the earth split open. Now it didn't happen dramatically, not in the theatrical sense. No cracks zigzagged toward the horizon, no screams, no apocalypse. The Greeks, who appreciated good symbolism, preferred subtlety. The earth yawned open with slow precision, like a door carefully unlatched, and from it emerged a chariot, dark as volcanic glass, drawn by 4 black horses, their hooves hissing against stone, and their breath curling white in the morning air. Hades, king of the underworld, sat at the reins. He did not look monstrous. No horns, no fiery eyes. He was grave, still, composed, like an ancient law carved into stone, a god of order, not chaos, and he reached for her. Some say he seized her. Others claim she barely resisted, that she hesitated, that her hand trembled but didn't pull back. Whatever the truth, Kore vanished, drawn into the chariot. The earth closed behind her like a sigh, leaving only a flutter of petals. The meadow was silent. The narcissus remained. Now, what happened next depends on who's telling the story. To some, this was abduction. To others, it was initiation. The ancient Greeks often blurred the line between marriage and conquest. In many wedding rituals, the bride was taken from her family home, a ceremonial abduction echoing the divine precedent. In this sense, Kore's descent wasn't only a kidnapping, it was a rite of passage. Back on the surface, Demeter knew something was wrong. Mothers do, she called for her daughter. No answer. She asked the nymphs, who wrung their hands and avoided her gaze. She searched the fields, the mountains, the coastlines. With torches in both hands, she wandered through the night, disguised as an old woman. The goddess of grain became a grieving stranger, knocking on doors, questioning the wind. Days passed, then weeks, then months, and the world began to change. Demeter's absence from Olympus went largely unremarked at first. Gods were often moody, but mortals began to notice something far worse. The crops stopped growing, the earth hardened, fruit withered, the fields lay barren. Winter, not as a season but as a consequence, descended. Temples emptied, sacrifices ceased. Humanity, faced with starvation, had no breath left for praise, and so the gods grew uneasy. Mortals were their lifeblood, worshippers, builders of temples, singers of hymns. If the humans perished, so too would their influence. Zeus, as usual, had a hand in the mess. He had, it seems, sanctioned Hades' abduction of Kor. A quiet arrangement between brothers. A convenient way to marry off a daughter without all the social fuss. Now he regretted it. With the world wilting and Demeter refusing to relent, he sent Hermes, swift-footed, quick-witted, to negotiate. Down to the underworld the messenger flew, passing the gates of shadow, past the barking of Cerberus, through corridors lined with bones and silence. There, in the heart of Hades' realm, sat Kor. But she was not Kor anymore. She had changed. The underworld does that. It doesn't corrupt, it clarifies. Down there, masks are removed. Pretenses rot away. What remains is essence. And what remained in her was strength. Hades had given her a throne, a realm, a name, Persephone. He treated her not as a captive, but a queen, gave her power, offered her a crown of jet and garnet, and she, in return, brought spring into shadow, her presence softening even the edges of death. She was no longer a flower picker. She was a ruler. When Hermes arrived, she did not rise eagerly, nor did she weep. She listened. The message, return, or the world above will perish. Her reply, she would go. And yet, as she rose, a complication emerged, quite literally. Hades asked, in a voice quieter than usual, if she had eaten anything during her stay. She hesitated, and then admitted yes, a handful of pomegranate seeds, 6 to be precise. In Greek thought, this was no small thing. Eating the food of the dead bound you to the realm, symbolically, ritually, eternally. Why did she eat them? Scholars debate. Some say Hades tricked her. Others believe it was an accident. Still others, and they tend to be the quietest, suspect she did it on purpose, to ensure she could return. Whatever the truth, a compromise was struck. Persephone would spend part of the year above with her mother and part below with her husband. 6 months of growth, 6 of sleep. Thus were the seasons born. But let's return for a moment to the girl in the meadow. When Kor reached for that flower, she wasn't just beginning a myth. She was enacting a ritual. The Greeks saw this story not just as entertainment, but as instruction. In the Eleusinian mysteries, secret rites held outside Athens, initiates learned the tale of Demeter and Persephone as a sacred truth. What happened in those rites remains unknown. The participants swore oaths, and remarkably they kept them. But the purpose was clear. To understand death, not as an end, but as a journey. Persephone was the guide. The maiden who went down and returned. Changed, yes, but not lost. She taught that descent is not always defeat, that darkness can be survived, and that transformation, though painful, can be divine. Even today her name lingers. Persephone, she who brings destruction. Or perhaps she who brings light through shadow. A paradox wrapped in a crown. She is spring and shadow, flower and queen, death and renewal. In the myth's quietest moments, we find its sharpest truths. Persephone, sitting on her throne, fingers stained red from pomegranate. Demeter, pressing seeds into the furrows of a frozen field. Hermes, walking between worlds, whistling through his teeth. Even Hades, alone on his obsidian dais, holding both love and silence in his hands. This was no simple tale of abduction. It was a map, a guide for navigating life's underworlds. We all go down, eventually, into grief, into uncertainty, into change. What matters is how and whether we come back. Persephone did. Every spring, the earth remembers. The buds unfurl. The wheat begins to rise. The narcissus blooms again, suspiciously early. And Demeter, for a time, smiles. Because the story is not a tragedy. It is a cycle, a rhythm. It is in its own strange way a comfort. The Greeks knew something we forget, that even the gods pass through shadow, that descent does not mean abandonment, that rebirth requires loss, and that sometimes the line between girl and queen is drawn in seeds and silence. Sleep now. Let the field settle. Let the earth rest. Let the horses gallop beneath the soil. Let the goddess turn her face to the sun. She will go down again, but not today. Today she walks, and the world blooms behind her. The day Persephone vanished, the world began to lose colour. Not all at once, not dramatically, but subtly. The grass held its green a little less brightly. The flowers, those lavish gifts of Demeter's goodwill, drooped as if uncertain of their own purpose. Somewhere a harvest failed quietly, somewhere else another, and then another. The rhythm of the earth was shifting, but it would take days before mortals noticed, and even longer before the gods began to worry. Demeter noticed at once. She always did. She felt it not with her divine senses, but in that ancient, unexplainable way a mother knows. She felt it in the air when Kor was not where she ought to be, and no whisper of her footfall echoed through the meadows. The girls' laughter no longer skipped across the olive groves. Something had gone wrong. The gods, as they often did, remained silent. Demeter waited for an answer that never came. So she descended into the realm of mortals, not as a deity astride golden clouds, but in disguise, cloaked in grief. Her bare feet touched the same soil that farmers tilled and children played on, and it no longer responded to her presence. It remained silent. The wind did not bow to her. The wheat did not lean in curiosity. The ground was sullen, holding its secrets. For 9 days she wandered. No food passed her lips. No rest came to her eyes. She carried torches, one in each hand, moving through dusk and dawn as though time itself had lost meaning. She scoured valleys, haunted orchards, called to rivers and trees, even asked the wind, "Where is my daughter?" But the world said nothing. The world knew, and it kept its silence. There are accounts that she came upon Hecate, the goddess of crossroads and thresholds, and together they turned to Helios, the sun, for clarity. And the sun, always watching, reluctantly spoke. It was Hades, the lord of the underworld, who had taken Persephone with Zeus's quiet approval. The sky had bargained away the spring to the dark beneath the earth. Demeter, upon hearing this, did not rage in fire or storm. Her fury was colder, it was withdrawal. She turned inward, and the earth followed. She travelled to Eleusis, a small town near the Aegean coast, a humble place with farmers and wells, and nothing particularly divine about it. She sat by a well in the guise of an old woman. She called herself Doso. Her face was veiled, her posture weary. And yet, even cloaked in sorrow, she drew attention. The daughters of the local king, Celeus, found her there and, taking pity, invited her into their home. There, Doso was made nursemaid to the king's infant son, Demophoon. She loved him, as only someone who had lost a child could. She decided to make him immortal, not out of arrogance or a desire to interfere with mortal affairs, but from grief. Her method, however, was unconventional. Each night she anointed the baby with ambrosia, the food of the gods, and placed him into the hearth fire, the way one might temper steel. Fire, in her view, would burn away his mortality, make him strong, pure, ageless. On the night it nearly worked, the queen walked in. The sight of her child in the flames provoked the expected response: screams, panic, accusation. Demeter, startled from her work, rose and revealed herself in divine glory. The veil fell. Her form blazed golden and terrible, and the walls of the palace shook with her voice. She told them who she was. She demanded they build her a temple, and so they did. Demeter took up residence in this temple and refused to let the world grow. This was her protest. No wheat sprouted. No barley ripened. No olive tree bore fruit. The vines shriveled, the soil cracked, the rivers receded into brooding silence. Animals, sensing the famine, thinned and scattered. Offerings to the gods ceased. Altars stood cold. The temples of Olympus, once fragrant with incense and full of song, grew quiet. The humans had nothing left to give. The gods noticed finally. Zeus, alarmed, sent emissaries. Iris, fleet-footed and luminous, carried words of comfort and negotiation. Demeter refused. Hermes, ever the smooth-tongued messenger, followed. Still no, she would not return the earth to its rhythm until her daughter was returned to her. It became clear to all the gods that this was not merely a maternal tantrum. This was the world grinding to a halt. Demeter held the heartbeat of the land, and she had placed her hand over its pulse. Unless Kor came back, mortals would die. And if mortals died, who would tend the altars? Who would worship the gods? Zeus begrudgingly relented. He sent Hermes to the underworld to retrieve Persephone. Meanwhile, Persephone had changed. In those shadowed halls, something in her had matured. She walked the corridors with measured step. She sat beside Hades in silence, sometimes speaking, sometimes not. She had eaten of the pomegranate, not out of hunger, not out of rebellion, but out of something more subtle. Curiosity, perhaps. Or perhaps acceptance. She ate 6 seeds. They were small, red, bittersweet. They glistened like garnets and burst between her teeth with the taste of inevitability. In the underworld, food is never just food. To eat is to stay. To taste is to belong. That was the rule. When Hermes arrived, Persephone rose to greet him. Her steps echoed in the stone chamber. She smiled, but her smile was thoughtful. She knew why he had come. Hades stood beside her. He said little. He did not plead. He simply said that Persephone had eaten of his realm, that she was no longer a visitor. She was part of it. A compromise was reached, a division of time. For 6 months of the year, Persephone would dwell in the light with her mother, and for 6 months she would return to the shadows and rule beside Hades. This was not punishment, it was balance. When Persephone returned to the surface, Demeter ran to her. The reunion was not quiet. The ground itself bloomed. Trees burst into leaf. Rivers swelled with fresh current. Birds sang wildly. Grains pushed through the earth as if pulled by joy itself. But when Demeter learned of the seeds, her joy dimmed slightly. There would be separation. Again and again, every year. Spring and summer would be hers. Autumn and winter would take her away. The wheel would turn. The earth would sleep and wake, over and over, with the cycle of a mother's sorrow and a daughter's return. This, the ancients said, is how we got the seasons. It was not merely an agricultural myth. It was an emotional truth. Loss is cyclical. Absence returns. Grief, once planted, does not vanish. It changes shape, becomes ritual, becomes weather. At Eleusis, where Demeter had mourned, a new tradition began. The Eleusinian Mysteries. A secret rite. A festival to honour the descent and return of Persephone. Those who took part in the mysteries were promised a deeper understanding of life and death. They fasted. They walked from Athens to Eleusis by torchlight. They whispered secrets, passed objects, drank sacred brews, saw things that could not be written down. The rites were never fully revealed. Not once in all the centuries they endured. Even the Roman emperors, even Christian polemicists could not pry them open. But what we do know is this: those who emerged from the mysteries no longer feared death. To know Demeter's grief and Persephone's return was to know something eternal. A rhythm that went beyond tombstones and pyres. A rhythm that said, nothing is gone forever. In this myth, Demeter is not the goddess of crops alone. She is the goddess of waiting, of mourning, of empty places at the table, of rooms gone quiet. She is the guardian of grief, and in that role she is perhaps more comforting than all the others. She does not demand cheerfulness. She does not offer false hope. She waits, and in her waiting the earth finds meaning. Persephone too becomes something else. No longer Core, the maiden. She is a queen now, not by crown, but by journey. She has gone where few would willingly tread, and returned. That is her power. She is not the helpless daughter. She is the bridge between above and below. She is descent and return, loss and reunion, stillness and motion. The myth endures because it reflects something we all know. That love, even divine love, cannot shield us from loss. That there is a time for blooming and a time for going underground. That we must all, at some point, eat the pomegranate seeds and learn to live in more than one world. And so the world withers and then revives. The fields go bare and then bloom. The wheel turns, the sun tilts. The silence of winter becomes the whisper of spring. Even now, if you listen, you can hear it. The rustle of stalks breaking through snow. The sigh of Demeter watching the road. The echo of a torchlit procession heading back to the surface. Sleep now. Not as the dead sleep, but as Persephone does, knowing that you will return. That the dark is not the end, but part of the pattern. That even below the earth, things still stir. And if you dream tonight of torchlight and flowers, of grain and stone, know that you've walked a path that's been walked for thousands of years. Slowly, steadily, in silence, and always home again. Imagine a world beneath your feet, dark, still, vast. A world without wind or weather, where rivers flow in silence and stones absorb time, like ink on parchment. This is the realm of the underworld, the domain of Hades. And it is here that Persephone, once called the maiden, must now adapt. We have seen her thrust into this shadowed kingdom by her mother's grief and her husband's will. We have heard of her eating the pomegranate seeds, binding her fate to darkness. Now, let us step inside the house of Hades and walk through its silent halls with her. Persephone's first moments beneath the earth were filled with disorientation. One moment, she stood beneath a bloom-laden sky. The next, she fell through darkness into a stillness so deep it seemed to swallow even the notion of sound. When she came to, she found herself in a vast hall of black marble, column stretching upward into unseen shadow. The air was cool but not cold. It felt like standing near a river at night, enveloped in calm, subdued depth. The faint glow of torchlight reflected off polished stone, illuminating silent corridors that stretched like veins into the earth. In that moment, she understood how different this place was. There were no birds singing, no wind in the leaves, no sunlight or shadows dancing. Instead, there was quiet, an almost living hush that pressed gently against her ears and held her thoughts. Hades did not greet her with ceremony or fanfare. He stood in the hall, quiet and composed, when she emerged from her descent. His cloak was dark as storm-tossed night. His expression reserved, not hostile. There was sadness in his eyes, but also firmness. He offered her a seat upon a throne carved of onyx. The seat's back was high and straight, its arms cool under her fingers. There were no cushions for comfort here. This was a place of solemnity, after all. In that austere moment, he spoke her name, Persephone. A breath of air passed between them, a recognition. He was her husband, she was his queen, a pact had been made. He saw not a frightened girl, but someone who had eaten seeds from his table. Someone bound to this realm, and yet not yet fully fledged. She had power here, but she also carried absence, for she could no longer fully claim either kingdom. Hades led her through the underworld, first to the Hall of Judgment, where shades stood and waited. Some edged along in silence. Others murmured softly to each other, perhaps exchanging news of mortality's illusions. Still more drifted like memories without faces or names. They stood before the judges, Minos, Rhadamanthus, Aeacus, stern but not cruel. If they had cares about accuracy, it would show only in small things. A furrow of concern, a tilting of head, a nod of solemn acquiescence. Persephone watched, uneasy. The dead were not alive, but they were present. Much more present than she had been above. Gradually, she understood this realm was not a prison. It was an afterlife of shapes and memories. No flowers but echoes. No laughter but recollection. No storms but inevitability. Hades showed her the underworld's rivers. They were few in number, but vast in implication. Styx, where oaths were cemented. Its black waters flowed still, shimmering under torchlight. Hades told her no vow made on its banks could be broken, not even by gods. Lethe, the river of forgetfulness. He explained that some souls drifted through it to forget their mortal lives, though most clung to memory, as if it were the only proof of their existence. Acheron, river of pain and grief, quiet now, but heard in your bones as a low, sorrowful current. Phlegethon, a river of fire. Not for those who swam in it, but for those who had transgressed so deeply that even remembrance could not reach them. Cocytus, the river of lamentation, where shades wept silently, their tears falling into mirrors of regret. Persephone stood at each bank, dipping a finger, feeling the truth of each river pressing into her consciousness. They were not threats, they were records. At the threshold of deeper chambers, she encountered Cerberus, the three-headed hound. He lay sleeping across the entrance, heads resting on paws, one eye half open, another closed, another blinking drowsily. He did not threaten her. He merely sighed, a low rumble echoing through the corridor. 3 heads, 3 visions. Past, present, future, or, perhaps, memory, duty, and destiny. Persephone paused, placing a gentle hand on the fur of one head. The dog stirred, sniffed, then surrendered to sleep again. There was no gatekeeping beyond that. The dog was not guardian of prisoners, but keeper of order. It was then she realized, in the underworld, barriers existed not to keep her in, but to keep chaos out. She was learning that restraint was not cruelty, it was balance. One evening, Hades invited her to dine, not on sumptuous feasts, but share in the daily rituals of rulership. A marble table was set, each place laid with simple silverware. Wine was poured, dark, potent, subtly sweet. Bread was offered, dense and plain. Olives, figs preserved in honey, and small dishes of barley steeped in herbs. There was no conversation at first. They sat across from each other, each alone with their thoughts. In the silence, Hades spoke. "This is your first banquet as my queen. The dead eat no more, but the living must." She offered him a seed of pomegranate, 2 halves, one for above, one for below. He declined, but turned it over in his hand, a silent symbol of shared duty. They ate. She found the taste comforting in its earthiness. Not sweetness, not bitterness. Something between something calm, something real. There, in that quiet hall beneath the earth, she realized it was not only about being taken, it was also about being chosen. In time, Persephone began performing rituals of her own. She walked the corridors daily, stopping before small altars to Hecate, the Furies, and Tartarus's thresholds. She poured libations, wine, water, honey, after her morning returns from the surface. Each ritual was a statement. I remember. I respect. I accept. She sprinkled black poppy petals on the floor, symbol of sleep and death, in small bowls at each altar, and let them spread in delicate patterns. The poppy was a reminder of endurance, of rest, of the necessary stillness of endings. In the torchlit gloom, her figure was reflected in obsidian relief, quiet, composed, transformatively regal. It was not long before shades approached her for judgment or solace. A mother whose child died too soon. A scholar whose knowledge was forgotten. A soldier who felt no honour in death. They knelt before her. She listened. She offered soft words. The shades called her Queen Persephone, their voice ghost-soft, echoing like wind in empty halls. She accepted each petition, offering empathy, not pity precisely, but presence. Hades, watching from his seat, seemed no less ruler for this. He observed quietly. Occasionally he spoke, reminding them, justice, not pity. The two of them together, stillness and memory, order and mercy, shaped the underworld. Persephone's arrival did not soften Hades. It completed him. Weeks turned into months. The seasons passed overhead, felt in her absence and presence. She spent half the year above, spring and summer, singing with Demeter, tending the barley, letting flowers bloom around her skirts. And half the year below, autumn and winter, seated beside Hades, judging, listening, maintaining boundary and order. The underworld did not bring her joy in a conventional sense, but it offered purpose. It offered understanding. It offered a deeper self. As she grew into her role, a sovereign in darkness, her shape changed. Her robes were trimmed with silver. Her crown of flowers became a circlet of obsidian. Her laugh was softer, quieter, spent in private chambers perhaps, but still there. Now, as we near sleep's edge, we see Persephone not as a lost maiden, nor a captive, nor a tragic figure. We see her as a mediator, someone who exists between worlds, someone who remembers both sunlight and shadow. In the house of Hades, she is more than queen. She is a covenant, a living promise that life and death need not be enemies, but partners in a grand design. She has bound herself to darkness, yet learned its purpose. She has tasted what lies below, yet kept her roots above. In that balance lies the true heart of her story. Sleep now, dear listener. Imagine the faint echo of footsteps in a marble hall. A soft torch glowing, never blazing. A queen seated not in splendour, but in quiet authority. A realm that endures, not in noise, but in deep, slow resilience. For it is only by entering the underworld that we can understand the full measure of our days above. In stories, it's always something small that changes everything. A misplaced whisper, a dropped letter, a forgotten promise, or, in this case, a pomegranate seed. Not even a full fruit, mind you. just 6 of its red, glistening seeds. That's all it took to alter the path of gods and mortals alike. They were juicy, bittersweet little things, slightly tart, oddly fragrant, bursting with colour and consequence. And when Persephone ate them, whether by accident or curiosity or quiet resolve, she did something the gods could not undo. To understand why such a tiny act could bind a goddess, you must understand what food meant in the ancient world, not only to the living, but to the dead. Eating was never just a matter of sustenance, it was a declaration. To eat in a place was to accept its laws. To share bread was to establish trust. To take a bite was, in a way, to sign a contract, especially in the realm of Hades. In the mortal world, guests were protected by rules of hospitality. Zeus himself presided over such matters. To feed someone was to make them part of your household, even for a moment. In the underworld, that custom became even more binding. There was no casual snacking in the land of the dead. To consume was to commit. And Persephone, knowingly or not, crossed a threshold. The pomegranate was not chosen at random. Of all fruits, it carried layers of meaning. To the Greeks, it was a symbol of fertility and death all at once, a fruit of blood-red colour, bursting with seeds that promised new life, yet closed inside a shell like a tomb. It ripened late in the season, a herald of autumn. Its presence in myth was never casual. Some say Persephone was tricked, that Hades offered the seeds when he learned she might leave. Others suggest she took them of her own volition. No one quite agrees. The Homeric hymn to Demeter claims she was given them secretly. Later versions grant her more agency, hinting she made a choice, perhaps to remain, perhaps to ensure her independence from her mother, perhaps simply because she had grown used to the silence of the underworld and no longer feared it. Whatever the truth, the effect was the same. She became part of the realm below. She had tasted its food, and so she belonged to it. The gods of Olympus may have argued about justice and motherhood and divine protocol, but the underworld abided by older rules, older than the Olympians themselves. When Demeter learned of this, her joy at Persephone's return dimmed. She embraced her daughter, wept into her hair, held her as though to anchor her to the soil. But Persephone could not stay. She had been claimed by what she had eaten, not by chains, not by force, but by seed and ritual. Demeter raged, then wept, then bargained. A compromise was forged, hammered out like bronze on divine anvils. Persephone would spend a part of the year below, part above. 6 months in the land of the dead. 6 months in the arms of her mother. Thus began the seasons. When Persephone returned each spring, Demeter allowed the fields to bloom. The world stirred. Crops pushed up from the soil, reaching for the sun. The air warmed, birds sang, the winds danced. But when Persephone descended again, the earth grieved. Leaves fell, days shortened. The harvest was gathered in final tribute. Winter was the waiting. The ancients believed this story explained not only the cycle of agriculture, but also something deeper. They saw in the seed a metaphor for human fate. All of us, they believed, eat something of the underworld before our time. We taste sorrow, or loss, or longing. And in that moment we become dual beings, creatures of both light and shadow, bound to joy and to the inevitable pull of endings. Persephone's 6 seeds were not just a legal tether, they were the moment of her transformation. No longer called a maiden, no longer merely a daughter. She was now someone who had seen both sides of existence. She became, in a sense, the first to die and yet not remain among the dead. She went willingly to the realm where no god chose to dwell, and she returned. And that made her more powerful than before. Even among mortals, the idea that what you eat can define you is ancient. There were foods reserved for sacred rituals, foods avoided in mourning, foods used to mark passage from one life stage to another. To abstain or to consume was never neutral. It always meant something. The Greeks fasted during mourning and broke the fast to honour the return of the soul. Wine was poured to honour the dead. Bread was broken to celebrate the living. The Eleusinian mysteries, those sacred rites held in honour of Demeter and Persephone, were built around this idea. The initiates fasted, then drank a sacred barley drink called kykeon. It was no delicacy, grain, mint, water. But in its simplicity, it echoed the agricultural rhythm of the world. They symbolically reenacted Persephone's journey, descending into darkness and emerging again, changed. Even in the Roman period, the symbolism of food in funerary practices endured. Offerings were placed in graves. Feasts were held near tombs. There was a belief that the dead hungered, not for meat or fruit, but for memory, for communion. The act of eating near the grave was a way of including the departed in the life they had left. In the pomegranate, the ancients saw all this: the sweet ache of remembrance, the promise of return, the price of experience. The image of Persephone, seated in the underworld, red juice staining her fingers, is not one of defeat. It is one of complexity. She is not mourning. She is not rejoicing. She is simply becoming. The underworld is not cruel to her. It is still deliberate, ancient. In it, she finds not punishment, but purpose. Hades himself is a quiet figure in this moment. No longer the abductor, he is the keeper of law. He does not gloat, does not leer, does not restrain her. He reminds her, perhaps gently, perhaps gravely, that to eat here is to stay. He speaks not as a husband, but as a ruler. The contract is made not with him, but with the realm itself. She cannot be unbound. She can only divide her time. Even among the gods this pact held. Zeus, mighty as he was, could not overrule the food of the dead. No thunderbolt could strike the seeds from her stomach. What had been consumed remained consumed. What had been joined could not be unjoined. This was not a punishment, but a principle, one that even Olympus respected. In some later versions of the myth, Persephone's 6 months are not a punishment, but a duty. She goes below not as a prisoner, but as a queen. She chooses to rule beside Hades, to govern the realm of the dead with wisdom and compassion. Her time above becomes renewal. Her time below becomes reflection. The pomegranate seed becomes not a shackle, but a crown. The act of eating itself becomes a rite of passage. Before the seed, she was passive. After, she acts. Before things happen to her. After, she makes things happen. The fruit is a hinge upon which the myth turns. In daily life, the ancients understood this instinctively. Meals were not merely nourishment. They were moments of decision. Sharing a loaf of bread, a cup of wine, could mark the beginning of alliances or betrayals. Contracts were sealed with salt. Oaths were made over meals. Even now, when we eat with someone, there is a kind of ritual involved, an unspoken agreement of presence, of attention, of recognition. In the myth, the pomegranate is all these things: a sacrament, a surrender, a seal. And what of Persephone herself? Did she regret it? Did she savour the seeds? We are not told. The myths do not speak of her feelings in great detail. They leave space. They allow for silence. But there is something deeply human in the image of a young woman, surrounded by gods and laws and expectations, making a small, irreversible choice. One act, one taste, and then everything changes. In that moment, she aligns herself not with Olympus, but with the rhythm of the world. She chooses not to remain untouched, but to be shaped. The seeds enter her mouth, and she becomes someone who knows both life and death. Someone who carries spring in one hand and autumn in the other. Even today, pomegranates are offered on altars to the dead, their seeds scattered on graves, their juice poured in remembrance. The fruit remains a quiet symbol, not flashy, not boastful, but steady. A reminder of a deal made in silence, a gesture that echoes across millennia. As you drift now, deeper into stillness, imagine Persephone seated on a dark throne, torchlight flickering on stone walls. In her hand a split pomegranate. Its seeds glint like drops of garnet. She holds it without fear. She knows what it means. She has made her peace with its taste. There is no tragedy here, only balance. 6 seeds, 6 months, 6 gestures of becoming. The world turns. The shadows lengthen. The spring waits. Sleep. There are few who walk the boundary. Fewer still who belong to both sides of a line, and yet are trapped by neither. Persephone, the daughter of sky and earth, became something more than either intended. Shpi became a hinge between worlds, a queen in sunlight and a queen in shadow. Her power, strangely enough, did not lie in violence or divine spectacle. It lay in passage, in her ability to descend and return, to rule one world while never forgetting the other. The ancients never imagined their gods as all-seeing or all-loving. They imagined them as powerful, yes, but tangled, capable of beauty, rage, jealousy, and quiet acts of grace. Persephone's reign is not marked by thunderbolts or songs of conquest. It is marked by seasons, by cycles, by patience. She governs the underworld not as a tyrant, but as a presence, unshaken, still, familiar with sorrow but unbroken by it. Her realm is not just one of death. It is of memory, of judgment, of quiet continuance. Persephone's court has no trumpet fanfare, no marble steps dusted with rose petals. Her throne is carved from obsidian and polished until it gleams like still water. The torchlight plays along its surface, casting reflections that flicker like thoughts half remembered. She does not sit in isolation. Hades is beside her, though rarely does he speak unless he must. This is her domain as much as his, and perhaps more. She learned its contours over time, not quickly, not in a day. First, she observed, the way the shades moved or didn't, how the rivers whispered and the stones remembered. She watched the judges weigh souls and wondered what made one life nobler than another. She heard the weeping near Lethe and the silence near the gates of Tartarus. There were patterns here. There were rules older than Olympus. She came to understand that the underworld was not a place of punishment by default. It was a place of reckoning, a place of truths that could not be silenced. Here the past did not vanish. It echoed, and she listened. Over time, the shades came to her not with cries for justice, but with questions. A soldier wondering if his cause had mattered. A mother searching for a child lost in a plague. A poet who feared his words had died with him. She did not always answer. Sometimes she simply sat with them. Sometimes She reached out her hand and offered stillness. They called her queen not out of fear, but out of recognition. She was not one of them, but she had walked where they now walked. She had eaten of the same fruit. She understood. Her presence brought a change, not in the geography of the underworld, but in its texture. Where once there had only been resignation, now there was ritual. The dead began to mark her arrival. They lit oil lamps in her honour. They traced her name on urns. They placed poppy seeds at the mouths of caves, hoping to gain her attention. She did not demand worship, yet they gave it. And yet her reign was not unbroken. Each year, when the time came, she rose again. The first breath above ground was always sharp, too bright, too noisy, too alive. But then she would hear her mother's voice and the earth would begin to move. Demeter would greet her with tears and barley offerings. The fields which had lain dormant would stir. Shoots of green would push upward, tentative and then joyful. The air would carry warmth again. Animals would emerge from hollows. Birds would sing not out of habit but out of recognition. Persephone had returned, and the world knew it. Above ground, she was not merely a daughter restored. She was an embodiment of renewal. Her steps across the land were marked by blossoms. Not lavish, artificial ones, but delicate wildflowers, pushing through soil, leaning toward her with reverence. She spent time among the olive groves, the orchards, the grain fields. Not because she needed to, but because it was part of the rhythm. She brought with her the memory of stillness, and with it a deeper appreciation of life. Mortals told stories of spotting her in spring. Hair dark as night, crown made not of gold, but woven herbs and petals, walking with bare feet through a grove. She rarely spoke, but when she did, her words had weight. She never wasted them on pleasantries. She asked how the harvests fared. She listened to songs. She blessed marriages and births. She smiled at bees. And yet she never stayed. There was always the return, 6 months only. Then the seed would call her back. Not loudly, not cruelly, just a quiet gravity in her chest, a knowing, the way autumn begins with a breeze that smells of endings. No one forced her to go. She simply understood that balance demanded it. Each descent became a ritual. She would walk to the edge of a cave. The air would grow cooler. She would pause, then step in. The darkness would close behind her, not like a trap, but like a door that had waited. Hades never greeted her with fanfare. Sometimes he was at the gate, sometimes in the hall. He never asked questions. He simply extended his hand. She would take it, not always warmly, but always deliberately. He was not her captor now. He was her counterpart. He ruled the bones. She ruled the memory. Their court became known for quiet justice. Not mercy necessarily, but understanding. The souls who came there did not expect pardon, but they expected fairness. Persephone saw them as they were, and as they had been. She did not forget. She kept a garden, even underground. Not of roses or lilies, but of asphodel, poppies, and pale narcissus. Flowers that did not need sunlight. They grew in silence, fed by memory. She tended them herself. No nymphs, no servants. Just her and the soil. Sometimes she would pluck a flower and place it on the path of a wandering soul. A sign. No one quite knew what it meant, but it mattered. The other gods did not interfere. They kept their thrones, their dramas, their temples. Persephone rarely visited Olympus. She did not seek grandeur. She had no chariot of lightning, no spear of war. Her power was quieter, more enduring. When mortals prayed to her, they did so not with shouts but with whispers. They prayed to her for peace in death, for dreams of loved ones lost, for strength to endure winter, for the safe return of what was precious. In the Eleusinian mysteries, she was honoured alongside Demeter. The initiates walked in torchlit silence, enacting the descent and the return. They drank the sacred barley drink and waited for the moment when light returned. What they saw, they never said, but they emerged changed. They no longer feared death. That, they said, was Persephone's gift. Her story did not end in triumph or tragedy. It continued quietly across centuries. Artists painted her not always in darkness, but in twilight. Poets spoke of her not as a victim, but as a presence. A queen not of one realm, but of two. And what of her feelings? Did she love Hades? Did she long for the surface? The myths leave space. They do not say. Perhaps she grew fond of him. Perhaps not. Perhaps she was content to belong only to herself. What is clear is this: she made the underworld bearable, not by softening its edges, but by honouring its truths. She did not turn it into Olympus beneath the ground. She preserved its silence, its reflection, its dignity. She became the face the dead saw last, and the name the living whispered first when the cold set in. They did not fear her, they turned to her. Even now, some say, she walks the boundaries, a shadow across a garden path, a flicker in a mirror, a presence behind a dream. She is neither wholly here nor there. She is transition itself. In autumn, as the leaves curl and the air turns sharp, we remember her descent. In spring, as the earth thaws and the birds return, we remember her return. In between, we live, and in living, we echo her rhythm. Persephone teaches us that to walk between is not weakness, it is wisdom. That change is not failure, it is growth. That you can belong to darkness without losing your light, and that the crown you wear does not have to gleam, it only has to endure. So sleep now. Let your thoughts walk quiet paths, past stone gates and pale flowers. Let Persephone guide you, not into silence, but into stillness, not into forgetting, but into remembrance. She is there, waiting, not as a warning, but as a promise, that nothing is final, that return is always possible, that two worlds can be held in one hand, and one heart can hold both sun and shadow. Close your eyes. You are walking beside her, and she is not afraid. At the edge of Athens, where the dust of the city gave way to the rolling hills of Eleusis, there was once a silence not born of emptiness, but of reverence. It was a place set apart. Fields grew golden with barley and wheat, but it was not the grain that made the ground sacred. It was the memory of a goddess who once wept there, of a mother who searched, of a daughter who vanished and returned, of death and what might lie beyond it. This was the heart of the Eleusinian mysteries. For over 1,000 years, people came, not just the poor and the pious, but emperors and philosophers, generals and slaves. All walked the same dusty road from Athens to Eleusis under torchlight. All bore offerings. All entered in silence. No one was exempt. No one was elevated. Once within the rites, all were equal, equally ignorant, equally expectant, equally human. They were not told what they would see. They were only told that what they saw they could never speak of. The mysteries were centred around Demeter and Persephone. Their story of loss, descent, and return was not merely recited. It was enacted, not as theatre, but as transformation. To take part was not to watch, but to pass through something. A ritual, yes, but more than that. A pattern lived again and again by each generation. It began with preparation. For 9 days the initiates fasted. They bathed in the sea. They purified themselves with smoke and silence. They abstained from certain foods, beans perhaps or fish. They donned simple robes, pale linen tied at the waist. They carried sacred objects, sometimes wrapped in bundles no one could open. These things were not decorative. They were thresholds, small doorways to something unspoken. On the appointed day, they gathered in Athens and began the walk to Eleusis. It was not a long journey, but it was done with deliberation. They moved as a body, as one long thread winding across the land, each step an echo of Demeter's own search. Torches held high, feet stirring dust, voices low or silent. The road wound through sacred sites, shrines, springs, olive groves. Along the way, jokes were permitted, even laughter. A strange detail, perhaps, for so sombre a rite. But the ancients understood that reverence did not always mean solemnity. Sometimes laughter was part of the mystery. When they arrived, they entered the telesterion, the hall of initiation. It was a vast stone building, simple in design, with a dark interior and thick columns. Here, under heavy beams, the heart of the mystery unfolded. But what exactly happened inside, no one ever wrote down. Not clearly, not fully. What little we know comes from whispers, fragments, sidelong glances in other texts. It was not for the curious outsider. It was for those who had walked the path. Some say they were shown a stalk of grain. Others say there was a light, a sudden blinding flash in the dark. Some speak of sacred words whispered, of a fire kindled from no visible source. Still others mention a reenactment of Persephone's return, but all agree on one thing: those who came out were changed. Plato himself, no stranger to abstraction, hinted that those who had seen the mysteries no longer feared death, not because they were promised eternal life, but because they understood something deeper. That death was not the end. That beneath the soil something stirred. That loss was not annihilation, but passage. The rites followed the pattern of the myth. Fasting mirrored Demeter's sorrow. The walk mirrored her search. The darkness of the telesterion mirrored Persephone's time below. And the final revelation, whatever it was, mirrored her return. The initiates did not simply learn the story, they became it. Their bodies moved through its shapes. Their breath aligned with its rhythms. They descended, they waited, and they rose. The symbolism was layered. Barley, for instance, was not just a crop, it was Demeter's gift. The kykion, the barley drink consumed during the rites, was no mere refreshment. It was sacred. Earthly, slightly bitter, grain, mint, water, humble ingredients stirred with memory. To drink it was to join the old cycle: seed, soil, growth, harvest, rest. The torch was sacred too, not only as light, but as guide. Demeter had searched with twin torches in each hand. The initiates carried their own, not just to see, but to remember. Each flicker of flame was a memory made visible. Each step illuminated by borrowed grief. In sleep, one might imagine the telesterion. Its stone floor cool under bare feet. The air heavy with smoke, not of fire, but of incense. Hushed footsteps. A single flame in the centre. And a voice, not loud, but steady, telling a story you already know, but in a language older than thought. There were lesser and greater mysteries. The lesser, held earlier in the year, were preparation, a kind of rehearsal. The greater in the autumn were the true descent, the true crossing. Not everyone was permitted. Murderers were excluded. So too were those who could not speak Greek, for the rites relied on shared language. But wealth was not a barrier, nor gender. Slaves could attend. Women could attend. Even children if they were ready. In a world often carved by power, this was unusual. The mysteries were democratic in the oldest sense, not of voting, but of vision. All were invited to see, to feel, to understand. And yet they guarded their silence. No one broke the oath. The penalty, it was said, was death. But perhaps that wasn't the reason. Perhaps it was reverence. What they saw could not be spoken, not because it was forbidden, but because it was beyond the shape of words. The Romans adopted the rites, but they could not unravel them. Even emperors walked the road, carried the torches, drank the barley. Cicero wrote that they taught people how to live joyfully and die with hope. That's no small claim, coming from a man who trusted reason over myth. The temple stood for centuries, through war and plague and empire, and then, like all things, it fell. The Christian emperor saw the rites as a threat and shut them down. The telesterion was burned, the priests scattered. The secrets went underground, just like Persephone. But something lingers. Even now, some say, when the barley ripens just right, and the wind stirs the fields, and the dusk takes on that particular shade of violet, the memory of the mysteries returns. Not in grand visions, but in quiet knowing. In the sudden, inexplicable sense that there is more to grief than pain, more to death than absence, more to darkness than forgetting. In the end, the Eleusinian mysteries were not about theology. They were not creeds. They were not even doctrines. They were experiences. One stepped into a pattern and came out changed. It's easy to imagine it in sleep. You walk the path at night, torch flickering in your hand. Others beside you. Faces half lit, half shadowed. No one speaks. The road curves. The stones are warm from the day, but cooling. Ahead, a doorway. A gate of no particular grandeur. Just a dark opening in a stone wall. You step inside. You breathe the scent of dust and barley. You hear a hush that feels ancient. Not silence exactly, but memory holding its breath. And somewhere, not seen but known, she waits, Persephone. Neither smiling nor frowning, not radiant, not shadowed, just present, a steady gaze, a nod, as if to say, yes, you understand now. You've walked the descent, you've kept the fast, you've tasted the bitterness, and still you are here. Then the light, not blinding, just enough. You emerge, changed, no thunder, no applause, just a feeling in your chest like a door gently closing, like the quiet of a room once full of voices, like the moment you wake and remember a dream, not fully, but enough. That was the Eleusinian mystery, a grain of truth planted in silence, a torch held steady in the dark, a descent walked with bare feet and open hands, a return promised, if not in life, then in the shape of it. And now, sleep, let the torches guide you. Let the dust of the path rise softly beneath your heels. Let the story unfold, not as something told, but something remembered. You are not alone. Others have walked here. Others will again. You are part of the rhythm now. You are part of the mystery. Close your eyes. The grain is growing. The goddess is watching. And spring waits, quietly, beneath the frost. For the ancient Greeks, the afterlife was not a paradise of angels and golden gates, nor was it a furnace of fire and brimstone. It was a quiet place. Not exactly comforting, but not deliberately cruel either. more bureaucratic than biblical, more misty than magnificent. The soul of a person, or psyche as they called it, was thought to drift away at death like a faint exhale, the final breath as the body collapsed and the spirit, thin as smoke, took its leave. They believed the soul did not vanish. It moved on somewhere, but not upward and not necessarily downward, just away, toward the west where the sun sets, toward the horizon, across a river, into another realm. But make no mistake, what came after death was not meant to be inspiring. For most Greeks, it was simply the next step in a long and largely impersonal journey. They imagined that once the body was buried, properly of course, with coin and ritual and lament, the soul began its voyage. It would arrive at the edge of the underworld and stand before a river, wide and slow, cloaked in a mist that never cleared. This was the river Styx, one of several rivers that encircled Hades' realm like concentric boundaries of memory and time. It was not to be crossed lightly. The dead would wait for Charon, the boatman. He did not wear a hood or carry a scythe. He was simply old, a little impatient, a little indifferent, like a public official who's been working the same station for centuries. He rowed a creaking bark across the Styx, but only for those who had proper burial rites. A coin, typically an obol, was placed beneath the tongue of the deceased, a fare for the journey. No coin, no passage. And so the unburied dead lingered along the shore, their forms flickering with unrest, their voices thin with longing. The Greeks feared this kind of death, not because it brought torment, but because it brought uncertainty. To be forgotten, to be left unburied, was to wander eternally at the edge of the underworld, denied even the gloom of Hades' halls. It was not pain that frightened them, but being lost, unremembered. Those who crossed the river were not immediately judged. They first entered the realm of shadows, an echo of the living world but drained of colour, drained of urgency. Here, time did not pass as it did above. There were no clocks, no days, just the slow drift of souls, murmuring, recalling half-lived lives. The fields of asphodel stretched out before them, dotted with pale blossoms that never withered. This was the destination for most, the ordinary dead. Those who had lived without great virtue or great vice. Farmers, sailors, mothers, potters, poets. All gently absorbed into the soft greyness. They were not punished. They were not particularly rewarded either. They simply continued, as shades, sometimes aware, sometimes not. The philosopher's ghost might walk beside a stonemason's ghost, neither quite able to remember the full shape of their former lives. There was a kind of serenity in this forgetfulness, a settling. The Greeks did not long for heaven. They hoped only for a peaceful end. For those rare souls whose lives had been truly remarkable, there was another destination, the Elysian Fields. This was the Greek version of paradise, though even that term feels too rich. Elysium was not the golden garden of later myths. It was a quiet meadow, warmed by an unfailing sun, kissed by breezes that never grew stale. Here, the virtuous heroes might dwell. Achilles, perhaps, or Orpheus, if he earned it on a second attempt. Poets dreamed of it. Philosophers speculated about it, but few expected to reach it. Elysium was reserved for those who had been chosen by the gods or had lived lives of exceptional nobility. Over time, the idea expanded. Some believed that certain souls could be reborn and, through cycles of purification, earn a permanent place in Elysium. It was a sort of reward, not for belief, but for being brave, just, or wise. Then there was Tartarus. Not hell exactly, though it had flames and punishment enough. It lay far below, deeper even than Hades, a prison more than a dwelling place. Here were sent the worst offenders, not everyday criminals, but cosmic traitors. Titans who defied Zeus. Sisyphus, the clever king who cheated death and was condemned to roll a boulder for eternity. Tantalus, who fed his son to the gods and now stood forever thirsty with water just out of reach. These were cautionary tales, not expected outcomes. Most mortals never came close to Tartarus. Interestingly, the Greeks didn't have a clear sense of moral judgment at death. There were no commandments, no final tally. Rather, 3 judges, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Iarchus, sat in judgment, but they weighed lives less by a ledger of sins and more by a sense of balance. Were you just? Did you respect the gods? Did you keep your oaths? And perhaps most importantly, were you remembered? Remembrance played a central role in their beliefs. The living had a duty to honour the dead, not just at the moment of burial, but year after year. Libations were poured, honeyed wine, sometimes olive oil. Offerings were left at tombs. Names were spoken aloud. The belief was that so long as you were remembered, you were still, in some sense, alive. That's why dying childless was a source of anxiety. Who would speak your name? Who would tend your grave? Without remembrance, the dead might fade further, losing form, losing even their place among the shadows. Not tortured, just dissolved. The Greeks also believed in the river Lethe, the river of forgetting. Many souls drank from it, willingly or not, to forget the pain of life, to forget themselves. Some believed that this forgetting was necessary for rebirth. Only by letting go of the past could the soul return to the world of the living. But others, poets, mystics, and initiates of the Eleusinian mysteries, believed in another river, Mnemosyne, the river of memory. They whispered that some souls could choose to drink from it instead, to remember, to carry the truth through death and into life again. These were the ones who might escape the cycle, who might ascend to the Isles of the Blessed. These ideas coexisted in a kind of philosophical murmur. There was no single doctrine. The afterlife was not rigidly defined. It adapted over centuries, changed by oracles, refined by poets. Homer's underworld, bleak and sombre, gave way to Plato's more hopeful interpretations. Some believed the soul was immortal. Others saw it as a flicker destined to fade. The physical rituals surrounding death reflected these beliefs. Bodies were washed, anointed, wrapped. The eyes were closed, the mouth prepared. The dead were buried facing the west, toward the fading light. Graves were marked with stelae, stone slabs with names, sometimes portraits. Offerings were left, not once, but repeatedly. The funerary rites were not for closure. They were for continuation, a way of helping the soul move on. The laments sung at the graveside weren't only expressions of grief. They were maps, guiding the departed toward the place of shades. Ghosts did exist in their view, but not as horrors, as reminders. They appeared when something was unfinished, an oath unfulfilled, a burial denied, a name forgotten. They didn't haunt out of vengeance, but out of need. They wanted rest, not revenge. So when night fell in the ancient Greek world, and the wind moved through olive branches like an old song, people remembered their dead. They whispered their names, lit small fires, poured wine into the earth. The barrier between life and death wasn't a wall. It was more like a curtain, thin, shifting, momentarily transparent. Even the gods visited the underworld. Hermes, guide of souls, moved between worlds with his winged sandals. Orpheus descended, lyre in hand, to sing for Eurydice. Heracles wrestled Cerberus. Persephone herself moved with the seasons, her footsteps tracing a map across both realms. And the mortals too carried these maps, not in their hands but in their myths. The stories were not instructions but invitations. They told the living, this is what might await, this is what could be. Not to terrify, but to prepare, to soften the fear, to make death a companion, not a stranger. They did not expect glory, they expected shadows, a return to the earth, a place among the roots. And yet, even there, they believed something of the self endured. The afterlife was not about punishment or pleasure. It was about continuity, a slow descent, a long rest, a possible return. And now, as you rest, picture that world. Not bright, not dark, but muted. A grey field of asphodel, flowers like candle smoke, shapes moving gently, not hurried, a river in the distance, the sound of a slow current, a boat bumping gently against the dock. You're not afraid, you're not alone. This place is neither reward nor sentence. It simply is. Let yourself drift. The wind is quiet, the soul is light, and the story continues. In the gentle hush between death and sleep, the ancient Greeks imagined something more than silence. They saw the soul not only departing, but perhaps returning. A second act, a cycle. The body might rest in the earth, reduced to ash or dust. But the soul, psyche, was lighter, slipperier, more persistent. It did not stay in one place forever. It moved, it wandered. And sometimes it came back. They never thought of this return as a guarantee. It wasn't expected like sunrise. It was possible, like rain in the dry season. It might come, it might not. But it was there, lingering on the edge of their thinking. This idea of rebirth. That even in the afterlife's grey corridors, a door might open back into the world. The Greeks didn't have a word for reincarnation as clean-cut as later philosophies, but they hinted at it. Pythagoras, the mathematician with a fondness for triangles and silence, famously claimed to remember his past lives. He once said he had been a warrior at Troy, Euphorbus to be precise, and recognized his shield hanging in a temple. A charming thought, whether or not you believed him. Plato took the idea more seriously. In his dialogue called The Republic, at the end of all that discussion about justice and the soul, he gives us a curious myth, the myth of Ur was a soldier who died in battle, or seemed to. After 12 days, he awoke on his funeral pyre and told a story. He had seen souls waiting in a meadow, some descending into the earth, some rising from it. He saw a great spindle of necessity, stars turning like threads on a cosmic loom, and he saw the souls choosing new lives, drinking from the river of forgetfulness, Levi, and returning to the world. It was not a judgment, precisely, more of a realignment. Some chose the lives of kings, others chose to be animals. A wise man might choose a simple life. A foolish one might choose power and regret it. It wasn't punishment or reward. It was choice, born from knowledge or from the lack of it. But not everyone returned. Some souls lingered in Elysium, content. Others dissolved after drinking too deeply from Lethe. Some, perhaps, passed into realms beyond Greek understanding, beyond words. But enough returned that the idea remained. This, for the Greeks, explained certain things. A child born with unusual wisdom. a musician who seemed to remember melodies without ever learning them, a dream that felt like memory, a fear with no origin. These were signs, not proof, but clues, whispers of a soul that had walked before. Still, it wasn't just a matter of waiting. Some schools taught that the soul had to be purified, that only the wise, the initiated, could break the cycle. In the Eleusinian mysteries, whispered among the shadows of the Telesterion, it was said that the soul, if properly prepared, might not return at all. It might ascend to the Isles of the Blessed, free from the wheel of birth and death. Other mystery cults spoke more directly of rebirth. The followers of Orpheus, that poet who braved the underworld, believed the soul was divine, imprisoned in the body like a spark caught in clay. Through ritual and music and memory, one could awaken that spark, and perhaps, in doing so, escape the cycle altogether. There were inscriptions found in graves, thin sheets of gold with instructions for the soul. Walk this way. Avoid the spring on the left. Drink from the pool of memory. Declare yourself a child of earth and starry heaven. These were not superstitions, they were maps. For those who believed, death was not a full stop. It was a turn in the path. Even ordinary people, not initiates or philosophers, carried these ideas in softer ways. They spoke of children who seemed to know too much, of animals who watched them like they understood, of dreams where ancestors appeared and said things that still hadn't come true. These weren't seen as strange, just the way of things. And so death, while feared, was not the end of fear. It was a gate. And perhaps, just perhaps, another gate stood beyond it, leading back. The idea of returning also shaped how people lived. If one might come back, it mattered what kind of life you left behind. It mattered how you treated others, how you tended to your duties, what lessons you learned. The soul, after all, might have to try again, and again, until it got something right. And if you were to return, would you remember? That was the question. Most did not. Lethe made sure of that. The water of forgetting washed everything clean, but not always. There were stories, rare and fragile, of souls that carried something with them. Not full memory, but echoes. A pull toward a place. A sense of déjà vu. A face that felt familiar before it was known. In this, the Greeks were ahead of their time, or perhaps simply older in their thinking. They didn't need proof. They had poetry. They didn't demand doctrine. They had myth. The idea of returning wasn't meant to be solved. It was meant to be considered. Like a pebble in the mouth. Like a song half heard in a dream. The philosophers debated it, of course. Aristotle, ever the realist, wasn't much convinced. He preferred souls to be more like functions, gone when the body was gone. But even he couldn't fully rule it out. There was always something unaccounted for in the human spark, and in art it persisted. Painters showed Persephone rising again each spring, barefoot in a field of crocuses. Not just because the grain needed a story, but because people needed hope. That even the darkest journey might end in light. That even the deepest descent might be followed by a climb. And so they told stories. A man turned into a swan. A woman born again as a tree. A soul sent back as a wolf. A hero reborn to finish what he started. These weren't scientific claims. They were ways of holding wonder, of keeping the door open just a crack. And if one did come back, the world might feel different, more precious, more fragile, more familiar in a way that couldn't be explained. You might weep at the sight of a field in spring, not knowing why. You might avoid a road without knowing you once died there. You might fall in love with someone whose face you've never seen, but your soul remembers. This is why the Greeks revered memory. Why they made offerings to Mnemosyne, the goddess of remembrance. Why they sang songs of the dead and repeated names aloud at graves. Forgetting was the greatest loss, and memory, the real kind, the kind that lived in bones, was sacred. Even in dreams they found traces of the past, the dead speaking, a childhood that wasn't yours, a fear that came before birth. They didn't try to explain it all. They simply made space for it. In dreams, in rituals, in quiet moments by the sea. So as the firelight dims and the breath slows, picture it, this slow circle of souls. Some resting, some remembering, some returning. Imagine a soul, thin as mist, stepping into the river. The water cool but not cold. A single sip. A hesitation. A turn away. Another spring found, quiet and hidden. A sip there. And suddenly, memory. Not clear, but enough. A name, a promise, a song. Then the light. Then the world again. Perhaps that soul is you. Perhaps this life is not the first. Perhaps the dreams you carry are more than dreams. Or perhaps not. It doesn't need to be certain to be real. The Greeks knew this. They understood that belief was not a cage, but a lamp. That the soul didn't need to be proven. It only needed to be listened to. And now you rest. The breath deepens. The limbs go still. The body folds into the quiet. If there is a return, let it come gently. If not, let the sleep be deep. Let the soul do what it does best. Drift, turn, remember, wait. The journey is not over. It never really is. Before the thunder of Zeus, before the affairs of mortals and gods, before temples rose and sacrifices burned on polished altars, there was only chaos. Not the sort of chaos one finds in a teenager's bedroom or the British Parliament on a bad day. No, this was primordial chaos, the first thing to exist, according to the ancient Greeks. A vast and formless expanse, or rather the very absence of form altogether. Not a swirling, dramatic storm of energy, but an empty, silent chasm. A cosmic shrug. One could hardly point to it and say, "Ah, yes, there's the beginning of everything," and yet that's exactly what it was. The Greeks didn't concern themselves with tidy origin stories. Their myths were like their wine, strong, dark, and prone to making you question reality. So out of this chaos, this yawning void, things simply began to appear. Not with a bang, but more of an eternal unfolding. First came Gaia, Earth herself. She wasn't born into the world. She was the world. Hills, valleys, rivers, forests. All of these would emerge from her form. Gaia wasn't just a mother figure. She was the ultimate matriarch. Fertile, vast, and as we'll come to see, not one to be trifled with. She was life's first foundation, firm beneath our feet, even before there were feet to stand on. Next came Tartarus, the deep abyss. Not hell, not exactly, though later myths would retrofit it as such. Tartarus was more like the basement of reality. Far beneath Gaia's surface, darker than night, it would one day serve as the prison for divine rebels. But for now, it simply was. A brooding echo beneath the burgeoning cosmos. Then arrived Eros. Not the cherubic Valentine with his love arrows, but a far older, more abstract force. This Eros was the glue that bound things together. He was the drive toward creation, the principle of attraction that made Gaia fertile, that gave form to the formless. Without Eros, chaos would have stayed, well, chaotic. With him, the universe took its first breath. From chaos also came Nyx, the night, shrouded in darkness and mystery, older than any god to come. A figure of deep reverence and even fear. It was said that even mighty Zeus would think twice before crossing her. Alongside her emerged Erebus, the darkness of the underworld, not malevolent, simply unlit. Nyx and Erebus together birthed a host of shadowy offspring. Hypnos, sleep. Thanatos, death. Moros, doom. Nemesis, retribution, and others with names fit for Gothic novels. These primordial beings weren't quite deities as we understand them. They weren't the kind to pop down in disguise and seduce a shepherd. They were concepts, forces. Personified, yes, but barely anthropomorphic. They were nature before nature got poetic. Gaia, however, had other plans. She decided it was time for company. And so, without a partner, as one might plant a garden alone, she gave birth to Uranus, the sky. He was no bearded fellow reclining on a cloud. Uranus was the entire dome of heaven, stretching over Gaia in an eternal embrace. The ancients believed the sky was a physical object, a solid firmament. One could imagine Uranus as a kind of divine lid, snugly fitted over Earth. Together, Gaia and Uranus began to populate the universe, not with trees and birds, but with beings, their children, the first true generation of gods, the Titans. There were 12 of them in the classic canon. Oceanus, who encircled the earth with his watery arms. Hyperion, light-bringer, and father of the sun, moon, and dawn. Coeus and Creus, whose names are now mostly known to crossword solvers. The wise Themis, goddess of natural law and order. Mnemosyne, memory incarnate. Phoebe, shining intellect. And Rhea, mother-to-be of gods. Then there was Kronos, the youngest, sharpest, and arguably the most dangerous of the lot. But Gaia's fertility didn't stop with the Titans. She and Uranus also birthed the Cyclopes, enormous, one-eyed smiths with a flair for forging storms, and the Hecatonchires, beings of such absurd design that they defy cinematic adaptation. Each had 50 heads and 100 arms. Imagine trying to find gloves for them. Uranus, oddly squeamish for a cosmic being, was repulsed by his less conventional offspring. He deemed them monstrous and, in what can only be described as divine repression, stuffed them back into Gaia. Not metaphorically, physically, into her. One imagines this was less than comfortable. Gaia, for all her patience, was not a passive being. She groaned beneath the strain, quite literally, and eventually decided enough was enough. She forged a great sickle out of flint, one of the few available materials in a universe still under construction. Then, in hushed tones, she called upon her Titan sons to rise against their father. Only one answered her call, Kronos, clever Kronos, ambitious Kronos, the youngest of the Titans, and most willing to get his hands, or rather his sickle, dirty. Under cover of night, Kronos lay in wait. As Uranus descended to embrace Gaia, Kronos struck. With a swift, merciless motion, he castrated the sky. Yes, this is not metaphor. The Greeks were vivid in their storytelling. No room for subtle symbolism here. From the blood of Uranus, spilled upon Gaia, sprang the Furies, agents of vengeance. Also the giants, those hulking foes of later gods, and the Meliae, nymphs of the ash trees, a strangely gentle addition to the otherwise blood-soaked harvest. Uranus's severed appendage tumbled into the sea. From the churning foam that followed, out emerged Aphrodite. beautiful, radiant, and a goddess who, paradoxically, owed her existence to an act of dismemberment. Greek mythology, it seems, finds no contradiction between beauty and butchery. With Uranus overthrown, Kronos took the throne of the cosmos. The Titans were now in charge, and Kronos married his sister Rhea. Again, divine family trees often twist in on themselves like ivy on a ruined temple. The two presided over what later generations would call the Golden Age, a time before suffering, war, or want. A time without humans, mind you, but a pleasant enough era for the gods. But peace in myth is a fragile thing. Kronos, like his father, grew wary. Uranus had warned him, in his last pained utterance, that one day a child of Kronos would rise to overthrow him, just as he had done. The seed of paranoia was planted, and it bore bitter fruit. So, Kronos devised a preventative strategy, one that lacked both compassion and nutritional value. Each time Rhea bore him a child, he swallowed it, whole. One by one, their offspring, Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon, were devoured. Not killed, just tucked away inside their father. Kronos became less a ruler and more a walking nursery. But we'll come to that tale in the next chapter. Before we leave the dawn of the cosmos behind, it's worth considering the underlying meaning of these stories. Myth is not mere entertainment. It's philosophy in sandals. Uranus's overthrow is more than divine patricide. It's the triumph of change over stasis. Gaia's rebellion speaks to the endurance of the earth, the refusal of the feminine to be silenced. Kronos, the god of time, becomes a cautionary tale. Even time itself cannot outrun destiny. These myths also echo across cultures. The Hittites told of Kamabi, who overthrew the sky god Anu by biting off his genitals. Yes, again with the genitals. The Babylonians sang of Marduk's battle with Tiamat, the monstrous matriarch of chaos. In each case, the old order is torn down to make way for the new. It's no coincidence that these tales emerge from early civilizations grappling with power, with the rise and fall of kings, the cycles of rule and rebellion. In myth, we see the blueprint of monarchy, revolution, and even generational trauma, drawn with the bold lines of legend. And so, the stage is set. The Titans now stride across the world, vast and brilliant, embodiments of natural force and cosmic order. Humanity has not yet arrived. Olympus is but a dream. The gods, such as they are, act more like living laws of nature than characters with personalities. But even now, the cycle has begun. Kronos has overthrown his father, and in turn he will be overthrown. Because in every age, in every myth, the same truth waits quietly in the wings. Time devours all. The reign of Kronos was, by all ancient accounts, a rather fine time. If you weren't one of his children, that is. To most, it was the Golden Age, an era when the earth yielded its bounty freely. Seasons were gentle, and mortals, if they existed at all, didn't suffer from taxes, back pain, or unsolicited oracles. There were no wars, no crime, and best of all, no gods sniping at each other from hilltops. It was a time before law was needed, because so the myth claims, no one did wrong. One imagines it was a bit like an eternal Sunday afternoon, without the tea shortage. But under the surface of this peace was an anxiety, not of the world but of its ruler. Kronos, Titan of time, king of all that existed, had a problem. He'd become his father. Now, to Kronos' credit, he had overthrown Uranus for the crimes of cruelty and repression. But as is often the case in myth and monarchy alike, the rebel becomes the tyrant as soon as the crown touches his brow. Kronos had heard a prophecy, not from some mountain-dwelling oracle or mysterious old crone with a tea kettle, but from his own wounded father, Uranus, who, in his post-castration wisdom and bitterness, muttered that one day a child of Kronos would rise up and overthrow him. This, it turns out, is the sort of thing that sticks in one's mind. And so, Kronos decided on what can only be described as a unique parenting technique: swallowing his children. Each time his wife and sister, because in myth those are often the same person, Rhea bore him a child, Kronos opened wide and gulped the baby down whole. No chewing, no remorse, just one big divine gulp, like oysters, only more sentient. First came Hestia, goddess of the hearth and home, then Demeter, the future grain goddess, then Hera, queen-to-be of Olympus, followed by Hades and Poseidon, gods of the underworld and the sea, respectively. One by one, each was swallowed and tucked away inside Kronos' belly. It's not entirely clear what accommodations existed within his divine digestive tract, but rest assured they were still alive. Rhea understandably grew weary of this arrangement. One can forgive her hesitation to complain outright. Kronos had, after all, just overthrown a tyrant father by sickle. But after the fifth divine devouring, even the most long-suffering titaness would begin to draw the line. So, when she became pregnant for the sixth time, she sought help. Not from Kronos, obviously, and not from the local Titan HR department, but from Gaia, her own mother. The original Earth Mother, as always, had a plan. When the time came for the child to be born, Rhea travelled in secret to the island of Crete, a land which, in myth, always seems to be the go-to destination for divine child hiding. There, in a cave atop Mount Ida, she gave birth to her final son, Zeus. To deceive Kronos, Rhea swaddled a stone in cloth, a convincingly baby-shaped bundle, and presented it to him as the newborn. Kronos, ever the efficient cannibal, swallowed it whole, no questions asked. Whether this says more about his parenting or his taste in minerals is unclear. Thus Zeus was hidden away, raised in secret in the Cretan cave, some say by nymphs, others by a goat named Amalthea, whose milk nourished him. The story varies depending on which poet you ask, but the essentials remain. The future king of the gods was nursed on wild honey, mountain air, and presumably a sense of destiny. To keep his cries hidden, a band of warriors known as the Curettes danced and clashed their shields, drowning out the infant's wails. It's a rare instance of interpretive dance being used as a military defense system. Meanwhile, back in the divine stomach, Kronos carried on, utterly unaware that his demise was, quite literally, brewing outside of him. Now let us take a brief detour. For while the Titans and their broods battled among themselves, it's worth noting what the Greeks believed about the broader world. The gods weren't remote beings in the sky. They were present, interwoven into the very fabric of nature and time. Trees whispered with dryads. Rivers flowed with naiads. Every breeze, every storm, every flicker of fire had divine presence. Time, as embodied by Kronos, wasn't just a ticking clock. He was time. His rule, therefore, represented not just power, but inevitability. He could not be reasoned with, or escaped. And so the idea that he would be overthrown by his own offspring reflected not merely the cyclical nature of power, but the deeper fear that even time itself must give way. Back on Crete, Zeus grew tall, strong, and, unlike his Titan kin, with a flair for the dramatic. When he reached maturity, he returned to challenge his father, but not with brute force alone. First, he employed cunning. Depending on the version of the myth you prefer, and the Greeks had several, Zeus enlisted the help of Metis, a goddess of wisdom, who gave Kronos an emetic potion. Not quite poetic justice, but close. Kronos, after drinking this divine ipecac, vomited up his children in reverse order. First came the stone, still wrapped in its baby blanket. Then Poseidon, Hades, Hera, Demeter, and finally Hestia, each emerging full-grown and presumably rather displeased about the whole ordeal. Now reunited, the 6 children of Kronos did not go quietly into exile or therapy. No, they declared war. A great, terrible, decade-long war. The Titanomachy would now begin. But that's a tale for the next chapter. For the moment we must pause and consider what this chapter of myth tells us. The swallowing of children, ghastly though it sounds, is an ancient metaphor, one that pops up in multiple cultures. In Mesopotamian myths, older gods are consumed or imprisoned by younger ones. In Vedic tales, gods are born, hidden, and returned in cycles. It all reflects the same truth. The younger generation is both a hope and a threat. Each new child represents the end of their parents' reign. Power, after all, is temporary, and no one knows this better than the gods. In the myth of Kronos, we also find the seeds of time itself being defined. His very name, Kronos, later becomes conflated with Kronos, the personification of time. They were likely originally separate figures, but myth, like rivers, tends to merge its tributaries. Kronos becomes time. And what does time do, if not consume all things? And yet, time also creates. From the belly of Kronos emerged the future gods of Olympus, not dead, but preserved, waiting. Time devoured them, but also made their return inevitable. A rather elegant metaphor for cycles, rebirth, and revolutions, don't you think? One final note on that stone baby. According to later myths, Zeus placed the swaddled rock at Delphi, the sacred centre of the world, as a marker. It became known as the Omphalos, or navel of the world, a sort of cosmic belly button, if you will. Pilgrims would journey to see it, a literal rock wrapped in myth, representing the moment the cosmos began to shift. So ends the brief, uneasy reign of Kronos as supreme ruler. He who tried to escape fate by devouring his children, only to be undone by one he never truly met. One could almost pity him if he weren't such a profoundly unpleasant father figure. Now the stage is set. The Titans on one side, ancient, vast, and rooted in the primal forces of the world, and on the other, the Olympians, younger, bolder, and very much in the mood to cause a bit of chaos. The battle between them will shake the very bones of the earth. Mountains will crumble, seas will boil, and the sky itself will tremble. But that, as always, is a story for another time. For now, we leave our young Zeus, triumphant in his first great act, standing at the edge of war, with lightning in his blood and rebellion in his heart. The old order has been challenged. The storm is coming. And Kronos, poor, unfortunate Kronos, is left to wonder how it all went so wrong. War had never come to the cosmos before. Until now, divine disputes were more in the realm of poetic drama than actual combat. Kronos overthrew Uranus in a single gruesome act, more surgery than skirmish, and the rest of the Titans merely nodded along, perhaps relieved to be free of a father who treated his children like unruly houseplants. But when Zeus freed his siblings from Kronos' divine digestive tract, something shifted. For the first time in history, such as it was, two generations of gods stood in opposition. And this was no family disagreement over who forgot to sacrifice properly at the winter solstice. This was war, capital W, the kind sung of by poets with blood in their throats and dust on their lyres. On one side stood the Titans, ancient, elemental, vast. They embodied the raw forces of the world, the endless ocean, the bright sun, the turning heavens. Powerful, yes, but also set in their ways. They were accustomed to being worshipped, or at the very least not interrupted. On the other side were the Olympians, younger, hungrier, and armed with a sense of destiny so potent it could curdle milk. Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades led the charge, bolstered by their sisters, Hera, Demeter, and Hestia, and a growing band of divine allies. These were not primordial abstractions, but gods with personalities, ambitions, and the sort of confidence only found in immortals who'd never paid rent. The war is known as the Titanomachy, a word best pronounced with a stiff drink. It means Battle of the Titans, though that hardly captures the scale. This wasn't merely a squabble over succession, it was a seismic rupture in the fabric of creation. Mountains shattered, rivers reversed, the very heavens quaked. The battleground? Thessaly, according to tradition, though given the scope of the conflict, one imagines it spilled well beyond the map. For 10 years the war raged. Neither side gained a clear advantage. The Titans fought from Mount Olympus, a gloomy peak befitting their age and gravity. The Olympians meanwhile took Mount Olympus, smaller at the time, but destined to become the celestial penthouse suite. It was a standstill. A divine cold war turned hot. Lightning clashed against stone, earthquakes thundered beneath the sea, and the skies rang with the clash of immortal arms. But the Titans, for all their strength, had a weakness. They lacked innovation. Their power was ancient, but static. The Olympians, however, adapted. They were learning, evolving. And soon they would find the allies they needed to tip the balance. Enter Gaia, again. The primordial matriarch, always watching, always intervening at just the right moment. Perhaps she favoured her grandson Zeus. Perhaps she merely enjoyed a bit of chaos now and then. Regardless, she revealed a crucial truth. The Titans could be defeated, but only if the Olympians enlisted those who had once been betrayed by Kronos, the Hecatonchires and the Cyclopes. You remember them? The 100-handed ones and the single-eyed smiths, exiled by Uranus, imprisoned by Kronos, and now languishing in the depths of Tartarus. Not exactly ideal allies, but desperate wars call for desperate resurrections. Zeus, never one to miss an opportunity, descended into the abyss. He fought his way past the guardian monsters and cracked open the prison doors. The Cyclopes, in gratitude, forged weapons for their liberators. To Zeus they gave the thunderbolt, to Poseidon the trident, and to Hades the helm of darkness, which rendered its wearer invisible and, if legend holds, quite smug. Armed with these new tools, and with 100 arms hurling boulders and trees like javelins, the Olympians turned the tide. Now, imagine the battlefield. The air thick with divine energy. Lightning bolts arcing across the sky like angry comets. Massive rocks soaring through the heavens like bowling balls launched from catapults. Trees uprooted, mountains gouged. And in the centre, Zeus, no longer the hidden babe of Crete, but a storm god incarnate, flinging thunder, as though it were a family sport. Kronos, to his credit, fought back with grim determination. He wielded the sickle that had unmade Uranus. The Titans, towering and terrible, rallied around him. Atlas, Hyperion, Iapetus, and the rest. But age was against them, in every sense. This was not their world anymore. In the decisive battle, said to have lasted for days without pause, Zeus unleashed his full fury. The sky cracked open, flames poured from the earth, and at last the Titans began to fall. Defeated, the male Titans were cast down into Tartarus, imprisoned behind adamantine gates, guarded by the newly freed Hecatoncheires, who had apparently found their calling as celestial prison wardens. Kronos, their leader, was bound and vanished into mythic obscurity. Later traditions would relocate him to the Isle of the Blessed, ruling peacefully over the dead, or even reframe him as a god of harvest and peace, a sort of divine retirement plan. The female Titans, Rhea, Themis, Mnemosyne, and others, were spared, perhaps out of respect, or perhaps because Zeus had no quarrel with them. They were, after all, the bearers of law, memory, and fate, concepts even the new gods dared not cross. One Titan, however, received a special punishment: Atlas. For his part in the rebellion, Zeus condemned him to hold up the heavens, not the earth, as is often misrepresented by marble statues and gym logos, but the sky itself. Forever. A solitary figure at the edge of the world, muscles straining against the dome of heaven. No end. No relief. The original upper body workout. With the Titans vanquished, the age of the Olympians began, but power, as ever, comes with its burdens. Zeus, now king, divided the cosmos with his brothers. To himself he claimed the sky, to Poseidon the sea, and to Hades the underworld. Not hell, but a shadowy realm where the dead dwelt, attended by ghosts, dreams, and the occasional hero with a death wish. Earth, meanwhile, remained neutral territory, shared dominion. A realm of mortals, myths, and meddling. And with order restored, the gods took up residence on Mount Olympus. Not just a peak, but a palace. A place of cloud-wreathed halls, golden thrones, ambrosia feasts, and the sort of drama usually reserved for dynastic soap operas. Yet not all wounds were healed. Gaia, once again displeased, perhaps by the harsh punishment of her Titan sons, gave birth to a new challenger, Typhon. But that, as you might guess, is a tale for another chapter. Let us pause then and consider the meaning of this mythic war. The Titanomachy is not merely a tale of violence. It is a symbolic clash between old and new, between the static and the dynamic, between the timeless forces of nature and the personality-driven caprice of gods. The Titans represent order and inevitability, the sun rising, the ocean flowing, the stars spinning. The Olympians, on the other hand, represent change, passion, rebellion, very human traits for immortal beings. In Greek thought, this war is the moment when the universe stopped being abstract and became personal. The Titans were powerful, yes, but they didn't interfere in the affairs of mortals. The Olympians would meddle, punish, reward, and fall in love with alarming regularity. They were, in short, gods made in man's image, and that made them both relatable and terrifying. Historically, the Titanomachy reflects ancient cultural shifts. Some scholars have seen it as an echo of the transition from older pre-Hellenic deities to the Olympian pantheon, a kind of religious rebranding. Others note similarities to Near Eastern myths, where younger gods overthrow primordial beings in messy cosmic coups. But the enduring appeal lies in its drama. the idea that even gods must struggle, that even the mightiest can fall, and that victory often comes not from brute force, but from strategy, unity, and a timely bit of vomit. It is also a reminder of the Greek genius for storytelling. They gave us gods who are flawed, noble, petty, and profound. Gods who fight, laugh, weep, and seduce. And from the rubble of war, they built a cosmos not of abstract principles, but of characters. And so, as the dust settles over Mount Olympus, as Tartarus echoes with the groans of fallen titans, and Olympus shines with the light of a new regime, we find ourselves at the threshold of a new world. But as the gods take their thrones, they inherit more than power. They inherit prophecy, pride, and the seeds of their own undoing. Because if history has taught us anything, and Greek myth is, if nothing else, a very dramatic history, it's that no reign is eternal, not even for the gods. The war was over. The Titans had fallen. Their great thunder had been silenced, and their once vast thrones crumbled beneath the weight of time and justice. Or what passed for justice when administered by gods with suspiciously personal vendettas. Zeus and his siblings now ruled. From their glittering perch atop Mount Olympus, they looked down upon a cosmos that was, if not entirely tidy, at least properly organised. Kronos had been cast into Tartarus. The Titan throne room on Mount Olympus lay in ruin. The Cyclopes returned to their forges, and the Hecatonchires, bless their many hands, got steady employment as prison guards. A rare success story in divine rehabilitation. But if you think peace followed triumph, you've clearly never read a Greek myth. Zeus, now king of the gods, was not content merely to wear the crown and hold thunderbolts like a celestial javelin team captain. No, he faced a problem that has plagued every ruler from the Bronze Age to boardrooms: legitimacy. It's one thing to win power, it's quite another to keep it. And somewhere beneath the triumphant roar of Olympus, an ancient whisper persisted. Prophecy. Gaia and Uranus, those primordial sages, had once warned Kronos that he would be overthrown by his child. That prophecy came true, in spectacular stomach-churning fashion. But as fate, irony, and perhaps genetics would have it, Kronos' successor, Zeus, found himself the target of an eerily similar prediction, that he, too, would one day be overthrown by his own child. Now, Zeus, not being an idiot, took this very seriously. He had just staged an entire cosmic war to dethrone his father. The last thing he wanted was to go the way of Uranus and Kronos, dethroned, dismembered, or digested. So he did what many insecure tyrants have done before, and since. He tried to preempt fate. This is where the myth takes an interesting turn. You see, Zeus had many consorts. Immortals, mortals, nymphs, the occasional shape-shifting cloud. His romantic curriculum vitae was extensive. But one goddess stood out, Metis. Metis wasn't merely lovely, she was clever. Her name literally means wisdom, or cunning counsel. She was the daughter of Oceanus and Tethys, making her an Oceanid, and one of the original deities associated with practical intelligence. Metis didn't just know things, she understood them. A dangerous trait in a mate, if one happens to be haunted by prophecy. So, when Metis became pregnant with Zeus's child, his fears were confirmed by another oracle. The child she bore would one day surpass him. And to make matters worse, the child after that, Metis' second child, would be a son mighty enough to overthrow even the mighty storm god. Zeus did not take this news well. Naturally, he did what any rational, omnipotent being would do in this situation. he swallowed her. Yes, after tricking her with flattery and, we assume, some impressive dinner conversation, Zeus opened wide and consumed his pregnant lover whole. This, in the realm of mythology, is not considered the end of a relationship. If anything, it was the beginning of one of the strangest births in divine history. Now, this act of divine ingestion was not without precedent. Recall that Kronos once swallowed his own children in a misguided attempt at family planning. But where Kronos digested, Zeus assimilated. Metis didn't perish. She lived inside him, whispering, advising, plotting perhaps. And the child? Well, she didn't stop growing. Eventually, Zeus began to suffer. Headaches, to be specific. Not your ordinary stress-induced migraines, but blinding, splitting, cosmically excruciating pain, as if an idea were trying to claw its way out of his skull, which in a sense it was. Desperate for relief, Zeus called upon Hephaestus, his smithing son, though in some versions it's Prometheus, or even Hermes who holds the axe. Whichever assistant you prefer, the solution was gloriously simple and violently theatrical. They split Zeus's head open with a bronze axe. From the wound sprang Athena, fully grown, clad in armour, brandishing a spear, and letting loose a triumphant battle cry that reportedly echoed across heaven and earth. It was, to put it mildly, a memorable entrance. Athena became one of the most revered deities of the Greek pantheon, goddess of wisdom, warfare, of the strategic variety, crafts, and city life. She was, in many ways, the ideal Olympian, born of power and wisdom, loyal to her father, and wholly uninterested in rebellion. She would never attempt to overthrow Zeus. In a neat bit of mythological judo, the prophecy had been fulfilled and diffused. The child had emerged, but not as a threat. Still, the fear of usurpation remained embedded in Zeus's divine psyche. He had seen it happen twice before. Perhaps that's why he ruled with such flair, a mix of charm and tyranny, benevolence and thunderous wrath. He could be a protector of oaths and the punisher of perjurers, a lover of justice and a champion of questionable seductions. Now, while Zeus fretted about fate and fatherhood, the other Olympians were busy expanding their portfolios. Poseidon ruled the sea, but not without conflict. He jostled with other gods over dominion of coastal cities. Athens, most famously, where he lost a divine talent contest to his niece Athena. His gift, a saltwater spring, or a warhorse depending on the version, was outshone by Athena's olive tree. The Athenians, practical folk, chose olives, and Athena got a city. Hades, meanwhile, withdrew to his gloomy kingdom. Despite being cast as the villain in later tales, he was perhaps the most dutiful of the trio. His realm was orderly, bound by law, and surprisingly clean. He rarely ventured out, though when he did, it caused no small amount of trouble, as we'll see with a certain daughter of Demeter. Demeter herself, goddess of agriculture, tended to the fertility of the earth. Hestia kept the hearth burning, and Hera, ever regal, became queen of the gods. Though married to Zeus, her tolerance for his extracurricular activities was limited. Her jealousies, while infamous, were not without reason. She was the goddess of marriage, after all. It must have stung when her own was a soap opera. And so Olympus flourished in its dramatic, dysfunctional way. But even as the gods built palaces and shaped destinies, the world was not finished shifting. You see, Gaia, again, was not pleased. Her sons, the Titans, were still imprisoned. Tartarus groaned beneath their weight. and Gaia, who had borne Uranus, who had suckled the Titans, who had helped overthrow 2 generations of rulers, now stirred with fresh indignation. She gave birth to a new child, not a Titan, not a god, a monster. His name was Typhon. If the Titanomachy was a war of gods, what followed was something far more primal. Typhon was a being of chaos, born to unmake what Zeus had built. Towering, serpentine, with 100 dragon heads and a voice of many beasts, he was the very embodiment of fear and fury. But that is a tale for the next breath, the next thunderclap. For now, we leave Olympus in its uneasy peace, a mountain crowned with glory, yet haunted by prophecy, betrayal, and the distant rustling of wings. And in this fragile calm, one lesson persists. Power in Greek mythology is never inherited without cost. It must be seized, defended, and above all, outwitted. The gods are not static deities on high, but creatures of conflict and complexity. And though the Titans had fallen, their story was not quite done. Because even in defeat, the old powers whisper through the cracks of the world, waiting, as all fallen empires do, for a chance to rise. It begins, as so many grand tales do, with an uneasy peace and a gathering storm. Cronus, king of the Titans, ruler of time and devourer of his own offspring, had done everything in his power to preserve his reign. But fate, that most stubborn of forces, had other plans. And Zeus, the child he had so thoroughly attempted to avoid, was now a grown god, strong, clever, and not at all inclined to thank his father for the years his siblings had spent in the gastric dark. The Titanomachy, a word that really rolls off the tongue once you've practiced, was the great war between the elder gods, the Titans, and the young upstarts, the Olympians. It would span 10 years, shaking the foundations of the cosmos itself, and it would mark the end of one divine age and the beginning of another. Let's set the scene. After Zeus had tricked Cronus into vomiting up his siblings, a gruesome but oddly satisfying family reunion, the 6 children of Cronus and Rhea stood united: Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, Hestia, Demeter, and Hera. Quite the divine ensemble, though at this point they were more scrappy revolutionaries than polished gods. Think less Westminster robes and more French resistance, divine addition. Cronus, of course, was less than pleased to see his children hale, hearty, and not at all inclined to forgive him. But he wasn't alone. He summoned his Titan brothers and sisters, rallying them to his cause. After all, they'd ruled the cosmos since the defeat of Uranus, and the idea of handing over their power to these impudent young gods was simply undignified. On one side stood the Titans, led by Cronus and bolstered by powerful allies: Atlas, the general; Coeus, the inquisitor; Iapetus, the bringer of mortality; and Oceanus, who wisely kept to himself and his rivers; Switzerland in the coming storm. Some Titanesses also remained neutral or distant, perhaps sensing which way the wind was blowing. On the other side were the Olympians, who, let's be honest, were underdogs. Young, relatively inexperienced, and lacking the sheer primordial force of the Titans. But Zeus had something Cronus never could quite grasp: strategy, allies, and a knack for turning chaos into advantage. He also had brothers who weren't above a bit of trickery, and sisters with the brains to match. Now, as myth would have it, the war wasn't fought with swords and shields in any conventional sense. Instead, it was an all-out metaphysical brawl. Mountains hurled like pebbles, thunderbolts cracking through the sky, earthquakes, storms, rivers torn from their beds. Imagine a cosmic version of a rock concert, where each drumbeat causes tectonic plates to shift. Zeus, ever the ambitious son, knew he needed more than just brute force. So, he did what many generals throughout history have done. He broke into prison and recruited the roughest lot he could find. Deep in Tartarus, his grandfather Uranus had imprisoned the Cyclopes and Hecatoncheires, monstrous children of Gaia and Uranus, cast away for being rather aesthetically unpleasing. Now, the Cyclopes, those one-eyed smiths, weren't merely brute muscle. They were artisans, master craftsmen. It was they who forged Zeus's thunderbolts, Poseidon's trident, and Hades' helmet of invisibility. Rather generous, really, considering they'd spent aeons in divine solitary confinement. The Hecatoncheires, meanwhile, were creatures with 50 heads and 100 arms each. Not ideal for fine motor tasks, but excellent for flinging boulders at enemy fortresses. With them on the front line, the tide began to turn. It's worth noting that the Olympians' tactic here, recruiting the marginalised and weaponising them, is not unlike many human revolutions throughout history. The French Revolution, the Haitian Rebellion, even bits of the Bolshevik rise echo this mythic pattern. The excluded become the decisive factor. Myth reflects history, or perhaps vice versa. The war raged across the land of Thessaly, specifically the region around Mount Olympus, the Titan's stronghold, and Mount Olympus, the base of the younger gods. You might picture Olympus as the divine penthouse suite, but at this stage it was more bunker than palace. The battlefield was not confined to the earth. The sky itself echoed with thunder. The seas boiled with Poseidon's wrath. The underworld trembled at Hades' command. And through it all, Gaia, the Earth Mother, groaned beneath the weight of divine rage. At times, Gaia herself seemed to rebel. Her children, on both sides, were tearing her apart. In later myths, she would birth Typhon in response to this agony, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Zeus proved to be a leader unlike Cronus. He delegated, a skill many monarchs never master. He led assaults, rallied his siblings, and coordinated his allies. Poseidon split the seas to strike at Titan strongholds. Hades used his helmet to infiltrate enemy lines, causing chaos and confusion. Hera and Demeter served as logisticians and strategists, keeping the Olympian effort organised and sustained. It wasn't just brawn, it was brains. And slowly, the Titans began to falter. The moment of decisive shift came when the Hecatoncheires hurled 1,000 boulders in a single barrage, smashing through the defences of Mount Olympus. The sheer magnitude of destruction was mythologized as the breaking of the sky. Cronus, for all his cunning and power, realized the end was near. His forces fractured. Some Titans fled. Others, like Iapetus and Creus, fought to the bitter end. But loyalty has limits, especially when your enemy has a thunderbolt and 100 armed giant on his side. Cronus was captured. Atlas, who had led the Titan army, was singled out for special punishment. The Titans as a whole were banished to Tartarus, a deep pit beneath the underworld, darker and more dreadful than any human hell. There they would remain, guarded by the Hecatoncheires. Poetic, really, given that the very beings they once imprisoned now stood guard over them. Zeus had triumphed, but his victory came not merely through strength. It was adaptability, persuasion, and a keen understanding of mythic momentum that crowned him king. Now, the Titanomachy isn't just a mythic civil war. It's a pattern, a symbolic tale of generational overthrow. You'll find echoes of it in Norse mythology, with the Vanir and Aesir. In Babylonian myths, where Marduk rises against Tiamat. Even in Shakespeare's plays, we hear the same tension, old orders versus new ideas. In Hesiod's Theogony, this war is not only the climax of a cosmic soap opera, it is a meditation on the inevitability of change. The Titans represent the raw, untamed power of nature, primordial, ancient, and unconcerned with mortal affairs. The Olympians, by contrast, embody a more structured cosmos. They have temples, they have priests, they have rules, sometimes bent, often broken, but there nonetheless. Historically, some scholars suggest the Titanomachy may reflect real cultural shifts. Perhaps the arrival of new Indo-European religious systems supplanting older, pre-Hellenic earth goddess traditions. Others read it as pure allegory. Time devours its children, but wisdom, Zeus, prevails. Whichever lens one peers through, the story endures because it is so utterly human. Fathers and sons, rebellion and rule, fear of obsolescence and the audacity of youth. With the Titans defeated and imprisoned, the cosmos stood at a crossroads. For the first time, the universe wasn't ruled by abstract personifications of nature, but by gods with personalities, flaws, families, and, if we're honest, rather more drama than might be strictly necessary. Zeus and his brothers divided the world between them. Zeus took the sky, Poseidon the sea, and Hades, always the short straw, was given the underworld. The earth was shared, though Zeus, being Zeus, tended to treat shared as a suggestion. And so the Olympian age began. But peace, as we'll see, never lasts long in myth. Not when gods are involved. Still, for now, the thunder quieted. The earth stopped shaking. And somewhere in the vast gloom of Tartarus, Cronus brooded in silence, defeated by his own prophecy, and his own son. History, myth, and family dinners, it seems, all share the same lesson. Never underestimate the children. With the Titans hurled into the shadowy depths of Tartarus, their mighty limbs bound in chains, forged by the Cyclopes and the Hecatonchires, watching over them like the world's most enthusiastic prison guards. The Olympians might have been forgiven for expecting a well-earned rest. After all, a 10-year divine war tends to take the spark out of anyone. But this, dear listener, is mythology. And if there's one lesson to take from it, it's that peace is never more than a brief pause before the next calamity. Zeus now ruled from Mount Olympus, a lofty perch indeed, and began to lay the groundwork for the cosmos as we've come to understand it. Ordered, hierarchical, slightly theatrical. With his brothers Poseidon and Hades, he divided the realms. Zeus claimed the sky, Poseidon the sea, and Hades, with the weary acceptance of a younger sibling denied first pick, took the underworld. The earth, that ever-suffering neutral ground, remained shared, though one suspects Zeus took the lion's share when no one was looking. But ruling a world is one thing. Maintaining order among gods, who possess not only egos the size of mountains, but also the capacity to level said mountains with a glance. That's quite another. The Olympians, you see, were a fractious bunch, full of rivalries, grudges, and deeply dramatic love lives. If the Titans had been raw forces of nature, the Olympians were very much soap opera stars with divine powers. Petty, powerful, and often spectacularly self-involved. Still, for a time, Zeus managed to keep things together. the cosmos settled into its new structure. Mortals began to populate the earth in greater numbers, though their place in the divine story was still somewhat peripheral. Pawns, really, in the feuds and flirtations of the gods. These early humans, barely more than upright shadows in Hesiod's vision, looked up to the gods with awe and fear, and occasionally served as collateral damage in divine disagreements. But there was someone who was not content with the new order, someone ancient, rooted deep in the very bones of the world, someone with a rather personal grudge against both Titans and Olympians alike. Her name was Gaia. Gaia, the earth herself, mother of the Titans, grandmother of the Olympians, and the one who had once urged Cronus to rebel against Uranus, found herself watching the same cycle play out again. And this time, she was not impressed. Cronus had become just as tyrannical as Uranus. Zeus had overthrown him in much the same way, and now Zeus, for all his charm and thunderbolts, was following the same path, becoming the very thing he had fought to replace. One could almost hear her sigh through the rustling leaves. So Gaia, ever fertile in both body and vengeance, decided the new gods needed a reminder that even the mighty must bow before the truly ancient. And so she gave birth, again, not to a brood of gods or nymphs or pleasant earth spirits, but to a monster. Not just any monster, mind you. This was Typhon. If the Titans were the mountains of the world, Typhon was the volcanic eruption, the earthquake, the hurricane. He was said to be taller than the tallest peak, with 100 serpentine heads that hissed and screamed in every known language, and a few best left untranslated. His eyes shot flames, his voice could shatter mountains, and from his waist down he was a mass of coiling vipers. In other words, he was not someone you'd invite to dinner, unless the meal involved panic and the collapse of civilization. Now, Typhon wasn't alone. Alongside him was Echidna, his mate, half woman, half snake, and together they would spawn some of the most terrifying creatures in Greek mythology. Cerberus, the three-headed hound, the Chimera with her lion-goat-serpent triad, the multi-headed Hydra of Lerna, and the cunning Sphinx. This delightful family portrait of monstrosities would terrorize mortals and heroes for generations to come. One might say they were the mythological version of the in-laws no one wanted. But before any of those nightmares arrived, Typhon himself marched straight toward Olympus, leaving scorched earth and terrified gods in his wake. The Olympians, for all their power, had never seen anything like him. Some fled. Others stood their ground briefly before realizing that thunderbolts were doing very little to a creature who could shrug off mountains. According to some versions, the gods actually transformed themselves into animals and ran for Egypt, giving rise perhaps to some of the animal-headed deities in Egyptian myth. Nothing like a bit of cross-cultural borrowing under divine duress. Zeus, however, was not so easily cowed. Or so he claimed later, conveniently glossing over the bit where he too may have briefly transformed into a ram. In the climactic clash, Zeus took to the skies with thunder and storm at his back. Typhon met him with fire and wind and 100 angry voices. The battle raged across the world. Mountains were ripped from their roots, rivers boiled away, and the sky itself cracked with the fury of their struggle. It was chaos not seen since the earliest days of creation, and for a moment It looked as though the new order might fall before it had truly begun. But at first, things did not go well for the king of the gods. Typhon, in a feat of mythic audacity, managed to seize Zeus and tear out his sinews, yes, the literal strings that made Zeus function, and hide them away in a cave. Without his strength, Zeus was powerless. It was only thanks to the cunning of Hermes, who retrieved the sinews in a daring heist more worthy of a Bond film than a Bronze Age hymn, that Zeus was restored. And then came the reckoning. With renewed strength and fury, Zeus unleashed the full force of the heavens upon Typhon. He struck him down with lightning upon lightning, until the beast crashed into the earth. And where did he fall? Beneath Mount Etna, in Sicily, a volcano that, to this day, occasionally belches smoke and flame. According to the Greeks, that's Typhon stirring restlessly in his prison, every eruption a reminder that chaos can never be fully extinguished, merely buried. With Typhon defeated, Gaia's rebellion was quashed, and the Olympian order was once again restored. But it hadn't been without a cost. The gods had learned a lesson, if only briefly, that power, no matter how supreme, must be earned and defended, that the world itself, Gaia, could not be taken for granted, and that the old forces, those born before law and language and lightning, would always be there, in the shadows, waiting. It is tempting to see Typhon as merely a monster, the big bad. But like many figures in Greek mythology, he is more than he appears. He represents chaos, yes, but also resistance. He is the voice of the earth itself, roaring back at its rulers. He is the fear that no matter how much you build, it can all come undone. That beneath civilization the wild always waits. Historically, the tale of Typhon may reflect older myths of primeval chaos monsters, like Tiamat in Babylon, or Leviathan in the Hebrew tradition. Many ancient cultures had stories in which a storm god battled a sea or serpent monster, symbolic of the battle between order and chaos, culture and nature. Zeus versus Typhon is the Greek version of that universal motif. It also likely mirrors historical anxieties. Volcanoes like Etna and Vesuvius were unpredictable, terrifying forces, and giving them a face, a name, a story, was a way for ancient people to understand the incomprehensible. Myth, after all, was never just about entertainment. It was how people made sense of the world, in all its beauty and brutality. There is something beautifully human in these stories. We all fear the collapse of the world we know. We all fear that the monsters we think we've buried might rise again. And we all hope that in our darkest moments, someone perhaps wearing a winged hat and carrying a lyre might sneak in, restore what we've lost, and give us the strength to fight once more. With Typhon defeated and the Olympians reigning unchallenged, the world entered what might be called a golden age. Though, as we'll see, gold tarnishes rather quickly in the hands of immortals. For now, however, Zeus ruled unopposed. His brothers kept their realms. The earth was relatively calm. The gods, ever capricious, turned their attention to the affairs of mortals. And deep beneath the surface, in caves and craters and coiled roots, the remnants of the old world waited, silent, but never entirely gone. Because in myth, as in life, nothing stays buried forever. With Typhon imprisoned beneath Mount Etna and the Olympians perched triumphantly on their celestial thrones, one might think the cosmos had finally found its rhythm, a sort of divine jazz ensemble, if you will, with Zeus conducting from the heavens. Poseidon thundering below the waves, and Hades humming ominously in the underworld. Peace, however, is not the natural state of the gods. It is merely a pause between scandals. In this post-Typhon era, the world entered what Greek poets like to call the Golden Age, a time when mortals lived free of toil, pain, or taxes, which is probably why it's considered mythical. Food grew without planting. The weather was eternally pleasant, and the gods, for the most part, kept to their divine affairs. But, as we should have come to expect by now, the seeds of future disaster were already germinating, and this time those seeds bore the name Prometheus. Ah yes, Prometheus, the clever titan, the firebringer, the eternal meddler in divine affairs. While his brethren had been hurled into Tartarus or otherwise defeated, Prometheus had played his hand with remarkable shrewdness during the Titanomachy. He had sided with Zeus. Well, technically, he'd sided with whomever he thought would win, which turned out to be Zeus. And for a while, that earned him a seat at Olympus's proverbial table. Prometheus, whose name fittingly means forethought, was not your typical titan. Where others were brute strength or natural force, Prometheus was intellect, fire, invention, craft, cunning. If the Olympians were showmen, Prometheus was the backstage crew, making sure the lights didn't fall from the rafters. Now, according to Hesiod and other ancient sources, Prometheus grew fond of mortals, perhaps too fond. In some tellings, he even created them, fashioning humans out of clay and Athena breathing life into them. Whether sculptor or saviour, Prometheus saw humanity as a project worth investing in. A bold choice, considering what we've become. But Zeus had a different vision. To him, humans were pawns, amusing at best, expendable at worst. He was determined to keep them dependent, obedient, and above all, ignorant of divine secrets. Chief among these was fire, that crackling, golden essence of civilization. Fire meant cooking, forging, building. In other words, progress. And progress, Zeus feared, might one day lead to disobedience. So, naturally, Prometheus stole it. Not subtly, mind you. He snuck into Olympus, lit a fennel stalk from the sacred flame, and carried it down to humankind like a rebellious torchbearer at the most subversive Olympic ceremony in history. With that single act, humanity leapt from ignorance into innovation. Fires lit the night, metal took shape under hammers, and roasted meat replaced the eternal chewing of raw roots. Civilization, in short, began to flicker to life. And Zeus? Zeus was livid. He could forgive many things, rebellion, arrogance, even the occasional indiscretion with a mortal, but not defiance. Not when it made him look foolish, so he devised a punishment both eternal and excruciating. Prometheus was chained to a rock, some say in the Caucasus, others on a desolate peak where even goats feared to tread. And each day an eagle, sacred to Zeus, would descend and peck out his liver. And each night the liver would regrow, and the torment begin anew. Now, to ancient Greeks, the liver was the seat of emotion and vitality, not the heart, as we might think today. So this wasn't just physical torment. It was the unravelling of his very essence, renewed daily. A bit excessive, perhaps. But then again, moderation was never Zeus's strong suit. Yet Prometheus wasn't the only one to suffer for his philanthropy. Humanity, freshly warmed and empowered, also found itself the target of divine retribution. Zeus, with all the theatrical flair of a deity scorned, commissioned a punishment with his usual flair for poetic irony. He created woman. enter Pandora. Now, before we all leap to modern outrage, it's worth noting that the Greeks, particularly Hesiod, had a very mixed view of Pandora. She was beautiful, beguiling, and crafted by the hands of all the gods, hence her name, All Gifted. She was given charm by Aphrodite, music by Apollo, curiosity by Hermes, and patience. Well, not so much. She arrived bearing a jar, not a box, despite what centuries of mistranslation have led us to believe. A great sealed jar, brimming with evils yet unseen by mankind. Pain, famine, jealousy, disease, taxes, a gain, and all the subtle miseries of human life. And, of course, curiosity, that irrepressible itch to know what should remain unknown. Predictably, Pandora opened it. Out flew suffering in all its forms, scattering across the earth like spilled ink over a blank scroll. By the time she slammed the lid shut, only one thing remained inside. Hope. A strange thing, really, to trap hope among the evils. Was it a comfort left behind, or the cruelest illusion of all? The Greeks weren't entirely sure, and perhaps that ambiguity was the point. Thus, humanity, now armed with fire, but cursed with mortality and misery, began its long and winding march through history. Prometheus, watching from his rocky perch, must have wondered if it had all been worth it. The gods, meanwhile, resumed their celestial antics. Still, Prometheus's story didn't end in chains. In time, a new hero would rise, Heracles, and it would be he who, passing through the mountains during one of his 12 labours, spotted the bound Titan, and, moved by something resembling pity, slew the eagle and shattered his bonds. Zeus, by then more mellow, or distracted, allowed it. Perhaps he even admired the audacity of a mortal defying him, though he'd never say so aloud. Prometheus's tale is often read as a mythological blueprint for the human condition. Intelligence versus authority, progress versus punishment, and the eternal price of defiance. The fire he stole represents not just literal flame, but metaphorical enlightenment, science, art, reason, imagination. He is the first rebel, the first scientist, the first martyr for the cause of humanity. And perhaps the Greeks saw in Prometheus something of themselves, a people whose philosophers questioned the heavens, whose engineers bent nature to their will, and whose playwrights dared to probe the flaws of gods. In Prometheus, they found a figure both heroic and tragic, a reminder that progress always comes at a cost, and that defiance, though noble, rarely goes unpunished. Historically, some scholars have argued that Prometheus may be older than even the Olympians themselves. Elements of his tale echo Mesopotamian and Indo-European myths. The fire thief, the culture bringer, the god who aids mortals against the will of his peers. His punishment bears striking similarity to other chained rebels like the Norse Loki, or even the biblical Satan, whose overreach is met with cosmic incarceration. But unlike those darker figures, Prometheus is rarely seen as evil. He is a complex hero, proud, clever, stubborn, and self-sacrificing. He challenges the gods not for his own gain, but to uplift others. And in that, he becomes a symbol of something profoundly human, the refusal to accept imposed limits, the belief that knowledge should be shared, not hoarded, that even the thunderbolt of Zeus can be defied, if only for a moment. It's little wonder, then, that later thinkers, from the Romantic poets to modern philosophers, embraced Prometheus as a symbol of rebellion and creativity. Percy Shelley cast him as a noble sufferer, while Karl Marx saw in him the prototype of the revolutionary. Even Mary Shelley, when penning her tale of scientific hubris, titled it Frankenstein, or The Modern Prometheus, a nod to the enduring tension between creator, creation and consequence. And so, in this interlude between divine wars and heroic sagas, we glimpse a quieter but no less potent drama, the birth of civilization. Not through divine favour, but through theft. Not by permission, but by rebellion. And the understanding that with every leap forward comes a lash of the whip behind. As the Olympians reclined upon their thrones, watching mortals build fires and temples and philosophies, perhaps they sensed that their time, though long, would not be eternal. For the gift of fire is the seed of questioning, and once you ask why, even a god must eventually answer. The story of the Titans is not just one of giants and storms and the clash of divine armies. It is also the story of these who come after, the thinkers, the rebels, the flame bearers. And in Prometheus, we find the bridge between the age of monsters and the age of men. A titan, yes, but perhaps the most human of them all. With Prometheus chained and humanity stumbling into a world aflame with both knowledge and suffering, the cosmos seemed, for a fleeting moment, to be at rest. The Titans were mostly imprisoned, the gods firmly entrenched in power, and mankind busy roasting its first goat over a sacred flame. But rest, in myth, is merely the inhalation before the next divine catastrophe. And Olympus, as always, was teetering on the edge of drama. Let us now pivot from the divine rebellion of Titans to the creeping instability that would later plague the reign of the Olympians themselves. The Titans may have been overthrown, but their legacy, like a good curse, was not so easily dismissed. Their children, those liminal beings born of the old order but destined to live under the new, found themselves in a particularly awkward position. Neither wholly defeated nor entirely embraced, they haunted the edges of myth like shadows at a feast. Take, for example, the Hecatoncheires. These were the 100-handed, 50-headed siblings of the Titans, Briareus, Cottus, and Gyges, monstrous by modern standards, though to the ancient Greeks they were simply robust. Imprisoned in Tartarus by Uranus, and later freed by Zeus to help win the Titanomachy, they were handsomely rewarded by being sent straight back into the shadows, assigned to guard the gates of Tartarus. Imagine winning a war and being rewarded with eternal security duty at the universe's most miserable prison. One does wonder if they ever considered a union. Then there were the Cyclopes, thunderbolt forgers, one-eyed craftsmen of divine artillery. Also liberated during the Great War, they gifted Zeus his famous lightning, Poseidon his trident, and Hades his invisibility helm. A helmet that, funnily enough, saw very little use after the war. It seems Hades preferred brooding in full view. The Cyclopes, for their trouble, were also sent back to the forge, pounding away in volcanic caverns like Hephaestus on espresso. Their fate? To be footnotes in the story they helped win. But the true undercurrent of tension came not from the sidelines, but from the next generation, the children of Zeus and his siblings. Now, the Olympians had only just claimed their thrones. One might think they'd hold off on producing a new crop of divine drama. But no. Zeus, as prolific as he was powerful, began populating the cosmos with alarming speed. One assumes he kept a celestial diary just to track his conquests, mortal and immortal alike. From his many unions came a constellation of powerful figures: Athena, sprung fully formed from his forehead after he swallowed her pregnant mother, Metis, because nothing says parenting like cranial birth. Apollo and Artemis, twin children of Leto, were born after a harrowing pursuit in which their mother was denied rest by a jealous Hera. And then there was Dionysus, born of a mortal woman, torn from her ashes and sewn into Zeus's thigh, a rather creative alternative to childcare leave. Each of these offspring bore immense power, and with that power came something the Olympians dreaded above all: unpredictability. Athena, wise and warlike, challenged male authority without ever marrying. Apollo, radiant god of music and plague, brought both beauty and terror. Dionysus, with his wine and ecstasy, blurred every line imaginable: gender, sanity, mortality. These were not minor deities. They were forces of nature with bloodlines that tied back to both Olympus and the Titans. And let us not forget Hecate, a fascinating figure, often passed over in popular retellings. A Titaness by birth, yet honoured by Zeus, she was granted dominion over magic, crossroads, and ghosts. She moved through the world like smoke, appearing at night with her torches, straddling the boundary between old and new. Some say she remained loyal to neither side, and perhaps that's why she endured. She played the long game, but all this divine breeding had consequences. You see, when gods mingle with mortals, their children tend to be problematic. Not in the refuse to do their chores sense, but in the accidentally start wars, kill monsters, and spark genocides sense. The age of heroes was beginning to shimmer faintly on the horizon, and with it the last flicker of Titan influence. For the world was beginning to shift again, away from the gods and towards something else entirely: fate. The Greeks believed in a cosmology where power ebbed and flowed like tide. No one held absolute authority forever. Not Uranus, not Kronos, and not Zeus. And what lingered behind every myth, like a looming shadow at the feast, was the whisper that Zeus, too, would fall. Prophecies abounded. Just as Kronos had overthrown Uranus, and Zeus had overthrown Kronos, so too would Zeus be overthrown by his own son. A divine game of patricidal dominoes. Naturally, Zeus grew paranoid. He swallowed Metis, the goddess of cunning, to prevent her from bearing a son. He punished dissenters with lightning. He tightened his grip, which, historically speaking, is the first sign of impending collapse. Yet the collapse didn't come. At least, not all at once. Instead, we began to see the cracks in the Olympian regime, not through war, but through mythological contradictions. Mortals began to question. Philosophers rose. The gods, once terrifying and remote, became flawed, comic, even ridiculous. Dionysus, for instance, challenged Apollo in Delphi. Mortals questioned the will of the oracle. Heroes like Heracles, born of both divine and mortal blood, committed acts of both supreme valour and terrifying violence. They did not obey the gods, they negotiated with them, sometimes even tricked them. Heracles, remember, was the one who freed Prometheus, an act that subtly undermined Zeus's authority without triggering full-blown rebellion. In Heracles, we see something new, a figure who stands between the age of Titans and the rise of men. He is not a Titan, nor a god in the traditional sense, but something in between, a bridge. And he is not alone. Perseus, Bellerophon, Theseus. They all emerge in this liminal space, echoing the chaotic energy of the old world, but redirecting it toward mortal ends. And it is here that myth and history begin to blur. The Greeks, as their civilization matured, began to mythologize their own past. Cities claimed descent from gods. Families traced lineages to heroes. The Titans, once vast cosmic entities, became symbols, metaphors for disorder, for chaos, for the ancient powers that had to be tamed before the polis, the city-state, could rise. And the gods themselves were domesticated. They gained temples, rituals, and priests. They were still powerful, yes, but bound by decorum, by narrative, by the very mortals who once trembled before them. This, perhaps, is the final insult to the Titans. Not their defeat, but their absorption. Kronos was not only imprisoned, he was reimagined. In some Hellenistic sects, he became a god of peace, even of agriculture. The devourer became the father of time, Kronos, a different spelling, but similar enough to fuse over the centuries. And Gaia, once a primordial mother, was reduced to little more than symbolic soil beneath our feet. Even the war, the mighty Titanomachy, became a cautionary tale, retold by poets to remind listeners of the price of rebellion, and by politicians to justify their own divine authority. Myth, you see, is never static. It evolves, it adapts, it serves whoever speaks it loudest. And yet, the Titans endure. Not on Olympus, nor in statues, nor in temples, but deeper, in the subconscious, in the primal forces that still quake beneath our feet and churn within our oceans, in the fury of a storm that no god can command, in the impulse to rebel, to question, to light a fire even when the world demands obedience. They are not gone. Not really. You cannot banish what you are made of. For we are all, in some distant sense, children of the Titans, born of chaos, tempered by fire, reaching forever upward toward the divine, not to serve it, but to understand it, even to challenge it. And as the age of heroes draws near, as mankind begins to tell its own story, the Titans slip into myth, not defeated, but transformed, not lost, but waiting. Waiting in Tartarus, waiting in memory, waiting in us. As the dust of divine rebellion settled and Olympus gleamed in its post-war splendour, a quiet shift began to take place, not among the gods, but in the realm below. The age of Titans was over, yes. The age of the Olympians had begun in earnest. But now the torch was passing, not upwards, as it had from Gaia to Uranus, from Uranus to Kronos, from Kronos to Zeus, but downwards to the strange, fallible, fascinating creatures known as mortals. Welcome, then, to the heroic age, the age in which Titan blood still flickered in veins, Olympian caprice ruled from above, and humankind found itself cast into the starring role of the cosmic drama. It was a time of monsters and riddles, of hubris and honour, and of very large men attempting very impossible things. It's worth noting that the Greeks didn't view the heroic age as metaphor. To them, it was a golden era sandwiched neatly between myth and memory. It preceded the fog of history, but followed the chaotic primeval stew of the gods. These weren't mere bedtime stories. These were origin tales, political, familial, even moral, and the heroes within them were closer to living fossils than to fictional characters. And the first great hero, in many ways the archetype of them all, was Heracles, or Hercules, if you prefer your heroes Roman and slightly more muscular. Born of Zeus and the mortal Alcmene, Heracles was the walking proof that gods could not resist mortal women, nor could mortals resist getting swept up in divine entanglements. Poor Alcmene, by the way, was tricked into lying with Zeus after he disguised himself as her husband. Zeus, it must be said, would have made an outstanding actor, but a deeply troubling partner. Heracles entered the world not as a symbol of glory but as a threat. Hera, Zeus's wife, was incandescent with jealousy, and she set about making the boy's life hell. As an infant, Heracles famously strangled 2 serpents in his cradle, sent by Hera to kill him. Most babies grapple with teething. Heracles wrestled with serpents. The tone was set. His life would be defined by suffering. Not necessarily because of his own actions, though the man was hardly a beacon of wisdom. No, Heracles suffered because of Hera, and because of the curse that haunted all demigods. The curse of being too much, too strong, too violent, too connected to gods who wanted nothing more than to control them. The 12 labours of Heracles, his punishment for murdering his wife and children in a fit of madness inflicted by Hera, are, in essence, a purification. He is sent to defeat beasts, capture monsters, and even go to the underworld itself. Each trial peels away the chaos of his Titan ancestry and the burden of divine expectation. He is, in a very Greek way, being civilized through suffering. But what's curious is how many of the creatures Heracles confronts are directly tied to the Titans. The Nemean lion, born of Orthrus, who was the offspring of Echidna and Typhon. And Typhon, you'll recall, was the last monstrous son of Gaia, born to challenge Zeus himself. The Hydra, another spawn of Echidna and Typhon. Cerberus, the 3-headed guard dog of Hades, wrestled by Heracles in his 12th labour, was of the same ghastly lineage. In essence, Heracles isn't just performing tasks. He's cleaning up the remnants of the Titan Age, one beast at a time. But Heracles wasn't alone in this. The heroic age is a veritable parade of mighty mortals straining under the weight of legacy. Take Perseus, who beheaded Medusa, one of the 3 Gorgons, herself a twisted echo of ancient chthonic power, likely once worshipped before the Olympian pantheon shoved her into monstrous irrelevance. Or Theseus, who navigated the labyrinth to kill the Minotaur, a beast born of divine punishment and mortal pride, with echoes of older Minoan bull worship baked into its horns. Then there was Jason, leader of the Argonauts, whose quest for the Golden Fleece was more political than heroic. His tale reads like a very dangerous trade mission, tangled in family drama, betrayal, and a helpful sorceress named Medea, who, spoiler alert, doesn't take rejection well. All of these figures, larger than life and doomed to fall, share a common trait. They're liminal. They belong neither fully to the gods nor to mankind. They exist in a transitional space, much like the Titans did before them. And while the Titans represented primal chaos and power unbound, these heroes represent something newer, individual will in the face of divine indifference. The gods in these stories are often petty, distracted, or even absent. Zeus, by this point, is less a thunder-wielding monarch and more of a spectral administrator. Hera is a grudge incarnate. Athena is wise, yes, but curiously inconsistent in her favour. And so the mortals begin to shine, not because they are perfect, but because they dare. Hubris, the Greeks warned, was the great sin, but it is also, paradoxically, the engine of the heroic age. To be a hero is to reach beyond your station, to say, I will slay this beast, or I will build this city, or I will sail past the edge of the world. It is to challenge limits. And in every one of these myths, that challenge is tied, consciously or not, to the defeat of the Titan spirit. And yet, the Titans aren't gone. Not really. They echo in the backdrops, in the monsters, In the forgotten gods and the strange lands the heroes visit, Tartarus is still there, beneath everything, a dark counterpoint to Olympus. Atlas still holds up the sky, punished not merely for his rebellion, but for his very endurance. Prometheus remains chained, gnawed upon by vultures, until Heracles, that walking demolition project, finally releases him. Even Kronos, who has been banished to the outer realms of myth, occasionally re-emerges in variant tales. In some Orphic traditions, he becomes a more neutral figure, associated with time. Kronos, a separate but often conflated being. And in others, he is restored in the golden age of peace that returns after Zeus's rule. A sort of celestial retirement plan. This is where myth and philosophy begin to merge. As the centuries pass and Greece moves into the classical age, thinkers like Hesiod, Plato, and later the Stoics begin reinterpreting the myths not as literal truths, but as allegories. The Titans become psychological forces. Kronos becomes time. Gaia becomes nature. Prometheus becomes the mind, clever, tragic, and rebellious. The heroic age, then, is a mirror held up to the human soul. A time in which mortal figures struggle not against monsters alone, but against destiny, family, and the gods themselves. It is the final echo of the Titanomachy, not in heaven, but on earth. And it is ending. For as the myths evolve, they lose their immediate power. The age of oracles gives way to the age of philosophers. The hero, once a demigod, becomes a king, then a politician, then merely a man with ambition. The divine loses its teeth. The world is slowly becoming recognizable. Not entirely, of course. There's still magic, still gods meddling in the affairs of men. But the wildness is fading. And that, in some ways, is the final tragedy of the Titans. They were not just beings. They were forces of rupture. Necessary, terrifying, sublime. Their war with the Olympians was not merely a struggle for power. It was the cosmos straining to contain contradiction, chaos and order, nature and reason, instinct and law. The heroes, knowingly or not, carried that contradiction forward. They tried to tame it, to conquer it, to live with it. Some succeeded. Most did not. But all of them, Heracles, Perseus, Theseus, Jason, and the rest, lived in the shadow of something much older, much wilder, and far less forgiving. And now that age is closing. The last of the great heroes will vanish into legend. The gods will become poetic symbols. The Titans, already forgotten by most, will be relegated to esoteric footnotes and ancient hymns. But before we bid them farewell, we must understand. Their story is not merely one of defeat. It is one of transformation, of how raw power becomes memory, of how myth becomes metaphor, and how, even buried in Tartarus, the Titans still shape the world above. Even now, when we speak of rebellion, of endurance, of reaching beyond what we are told is possible, we are speaking the language of Titans. And so we come to the end, or rather, to the beginning of the end. For when telling the tale of the Titans, it's never quite clear where the final page should fall. They began before time as we know it, roared through the cosmos like fire in dry grass, and ended, as all empires must, buried under the weight of their own grandeur, and Zeus's lightning bolts. But endings, especially in mythology, are rarely full stops. They're ellipses, pauses in the storm, quiet breathings before the next surge. And though the Titans were defeated, exiled, and in some cases outright erased from memory, they have never quite left us. Not entirely, they endure, in symbols, in stories, and sometimes quite sneakily, in ourselves. The Greeks, of course, were never content to leave even their ancient myths untouched. Over time, the stories of the Titans were retold, repurposed, and reinterpreted. By the Hellenistic period, they had become more than rebellious deities. They were metaphors for vast, impersonal forces. Cronus, once a devouring patriarch, became time itself, unyielding, cyclical, indifferent. Gaia, the nurturing Earth Mother, came to represent the natural world, both bountiful and brutal. Oceanus flowed not merely as a titan, but as the unending current of reality. In this metamorphosis, the Titans shifted from the realm of religion into that of philosophy. Thinkers like Plato and later the Stoics began plumbing the myths for allegory. The Titanomachy was no longer a simple clash of gods, but a psychological or moral struggle. Reason versus chaos. Civilization versus impulse. Logos against eros. Rather sophisticated, really, for a tale that started with a god castrating his father with a sickle made by his mum. And what of Prometheus, that most defiant of titans refused to be forgotten? He became, over the centuries, a patron saint of rebels, thinkers, and fools who dared too much. To the Romantics, he was the ultimate symbol of enlightenment, punished not for evil, but for giving knowledge to mankind. Byron, Shelley, Goethe, all found in Prometheus a kindred spirit. He who stole fire from the gods and suffered for it was, in a sense, the first scientist, the first revolutionary, the first tragic hero. But the Titans are not confined to dusty scrolls and poetic musings. They've wormed their way into the modern world in ways both subtle and profound. Consider the language. When we say something is titanic, we mean vast, powerful, unstoppable. Not merely large with consequences. The name Titan has been affixed to ships, rockets, sports teams, and even Silicon Valley tech platforms, all proclaiming their ambition to reshape the world. Though one suspects Cronus might be slightly amused at a cloud computing service named after him. There's something inherently seductive about the Titans. They represent the raw, untamed potential that exists before order arrives. They are older than law, older than justice, older even than morality as we frame it. They are elemental. Earth, sky, ocean, time, flame. Their quarrels were not political. They were cosmic. And in a world increasingly structured and bureaucratic, the idea of something ancient and wild, unchained and ferocious, still pulls at the corners of the imagination. This is why they keep returning. In literature, in film, in art. The Titans are everywhere, if you know where to look. Consider the many shadow fathers of modern fiction, the domineering figures who give birth to new orders but cannot survive them. Tywin Lannister in Game of Thrones, for instance, or Darth Vader in Star Wars. Titans in all but name, creators of worlds undone by their own children. Or take the rise of the anti-hero, characters like Walter White or Tony Montana, who, like Prometheus, break the rules, steal fire, and burn for it. We don't always root for them, but we watch, spellbound, as they try to bend the world into their image, just as the Titans once did. Even the superhero genre, our modern mythology par excellence, owes a debt to the Titans. The X-Men? Born of genetic mutation, feared by gods and mortals alike. Superman? Raised among mortals, but burdened with divine strength. These characters straddle the same liminal space the Titans once did. Too powerful to be human. Too flawed to be gods. And in the background, still, the Titanomachy echoes. every story of a younger generation overthrowing the old, every tale of rebellion against cosmic authority, every myth where the apprentice surpasses the master. It's all the same ancient rhythm, replayed with modern instruments. The Greeks understood this cyclical nature of power better than most. Their myths are laced with repetition. Uranus is overthrown by Cronus, who is overthrown by Zeus, who, if the Orphics are to be believed, may one day be overthrown in turn. The wheel turns. Each victory sows the seeds of its own destruction. Even the gods, in all their splendour, are not immune to fate. The concept of Moira, fate, stands above them all. Not even Zeus, mighty king of Olympus, can defy the destinies spun by the three Moirae, Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos. The Titans may have lost, but they played their part in the great script. And the script, dear listener, is still being written. What's most fascinating is how these stories, born from a cluster of tribes in the mountains and coasts of Bronze Age Greece, have survived empire, conquest, religion, and modernity. They have outlived gods, kings, and continents. And they endure not because they are true in the literal sense, but because they are true in the human sense. We are all, in our own ways, Titan-blooded. We carry within us the fire of rebellion, the burden of memory, the urge to shape the world according to our will. Every time we break a rule for the sake of something better, every time we defy authority in the name of justice, every time we dream bigger than we are told we should, that too is a Titan's whisper in the ear. Of course, this is not without cost. Prometheus paid in agony, Atlas paid in weight, Cronus paid in isolation. To carry Titan fire is to risk being burned, but the Greeks never shied from tragedy. They embraced it. They believed that from suffering came understanding, from downfall came reflection. And so we reflect, not merely on the tale we've just told, the epic rise and fall of the Titans from the yawning void of chaos to the dark prison of Tartarus, but on what it means, why these stories matter, why they continue to matter. Perhaps, in the end, it's because the Titans remind us that greatness is not born from perfection, but from conflict, from the storm, not the calm, from the tension between what is and what might be. They are the raw materials of myth, and therefore of civilization itself. In them we see not only gods and monsters, but the human heart writ large, proud, flawed, courageous, vengeful, creative. And in their downfall we glimpse something very Greek, the knowledge that power must be tempered, that ambition must bow to balance, that even the mighty must yield. But oh, what a roar they made on their way down. And though Olympus gleams in the sunlight, though the temples to Zeus still stand in crumbling glory, though statues of Athena gaze sternly over modern cities, the Titans lie deeper still, beneath the marble, beneath the stories, beneath the psyche, waiting, not for revenge perhaps. That ship has sailed, but for remembrance, because in remembering the Titans we remember ourselves, not as we are, but as we once dared to be, vast, terrible, brilliant, and yes, Titan.